Them fags in there would sag to advertise their ass.
So it's okay to be weak.
I just want my baby.
Is that in this country, the Africans are really the backbone of your economy.
The Negro is to be free. He must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with the pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation.
Well, I see the Duke in the chat. What's up?
And the G.
The Duke.
Yeah, I understand that there's some where the white women at, like Duke in it, but a lot.
Shout out to Duke from the UK, bro.
Yep.
Shout out to you, brother.
I follow the facts first and foremost. Tell that to your mother, man. We don't play around on this channel.
Smurf, this is cold.
But I see the Duke in the chat. What's up?
And the G.
The Duke.
Yeah, I understand that there's some where the white women at, like duking it, but a lot.
Shout out to Duke from the UK, bro.
Yep.
Shout out to you, brother.
I follow the facts first and foremost. Tell that to your mother, man. We don't play around on this panel.
Them fags in there would sag to advertise their ass.
So it's okay to be weak.
I just want my baby.
Is that in this country, the Africans are really the backbone of your economy.
The Negro is to be free. He must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with the pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation.
Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're from. I am tuning in. This is the Duke back again with another live stream. And I hope to clip a bit of this because I don't want it to be a long topic. I think I can quickly break it down in 20 minutes and have anyone who wants to speak on it come up if you want. I'll set the panel to open soon. But how are you guys all been? Thank you very much for tuning in. Vincent, what's good, bro? Thanks for coming. Hello, African Millennial. Thanks for coming in on time. So far my channel has been picking up some traffic because of the controversial topics I bring up. But I don't want to do this more often. I try and squeeze in time during the week to have this conversation. And of course, today I have decided to pick this topic on a young man named Chris Kaba in London was shot dead by a police force, an armed police force that were specialized to track down people with guns in the UK and use any form of force to prevent civilians from having arms. And we know having guns in the UK is illegal, to a large extent illegal. And so apparently Chris Kaba, I'm going to put up a screen right now. This is in the headlines. Metropolitan Police officers subject to homicide investigation over fatal shooting of Chris Kaba. Okay, Kaba. I think he must be either from Ivory Coast or another francophone African background. I'm not sure if someone can clarify for me. But yeah, so Chris Kaba, age 24, he was about to be a dad actually. So a child coming in the way. And this was last week, I believe. What day? I believe it was Thursday or Friday it happened. Died in hospital after being shot by police officers following a car chase in South London. I am trying my best to find a platform, a news platform that lacked bias. What I do is look at the writer who wrote the article, making sure they're not quote unquote woke, and provide as much clarity to the story without incentivizing any form of feelings. Because when you hear about someone's murder, someone that looks like me, young person, you wonder like, wow, what could have been done to prevent this? Because it could have been me apparently, or it could have been someone a brother or a cousin. And of course, this is why it might affect people. I hope you guys can hear me. Double checking 1 2. Yeah, so you can. So anyway, I'm going to continue to read this news article from Sky News before we delve into the story, just to give people clarity. So this guy named Chris Kaba was shot dead by a firearms officer at the Metropolitan Police. There's an investigation going on. This was after a car chase. Now, let's use logic here before I carry on. If you are being chased by police, okay, a scenario where you're in a car, you can see that police are telling you to stop, signaling to you to park on the side of the road, and you choose not to for a long period. You're you're being chased by police officers. Now things are escalating. Okay, so I want people to gain clarity from now. You're being chased by the police. What do you expect to happen? You expect the police to do as much as they can to at least make everyone safe in the surrounding, themselves, and even the perpetrators. But it does not guarantee your safety as the one who has escalated the situation when you should have complied with officials, right? Vincent here saying, yeah, true. Audio is good. Thank you very much. So I'll just carry on. Let me skim through the article. So the police watchdog, which is investigating the incident, said a single round has been. So, okay, sorry, I'm just checking there. Mr. Kaba died in hospital in the early hours of Tuesday this week, right? After being shot following a chase with police. I think there's another article describing it in detail, but an investigation is undergone. Right, I found the article. So let me read that one first. 1 second, because I want us to start straight from the beginning to get everything we need out of this before we look at the I call for a second. Hope you can hear me. Damn it. I can't wait to upgrade my systems so that I can provide quality content. My editing skills are great, but when it comes to live streams, I struggle. Immensely struggle. Yeah, I'm back now. I hope you can hear me. My mic is a bit dodgy, so I'm hoping to buy a new one eventually. Don't have the resources to be doing that right now. But I found the first article written by Sky News on this topic. So I'm going to read through that first. So to describe, he was shot by police in South London after a car chase in Streatham Hill. Everyone knows the type of area Streatham Hill is in South London, you know what I'm saying? Chris Kaba, who was in his 20s, died in hospital in the early hours of Tuesday morning after being shot at about 10 p.m. on Monday night in Streatham Hill. The police watchdog, which is investigating the incident, said a single round has been fired by armed officers. Metropolitan police officers said they used a tactic where they deliberately crash into a car. Now, when you hear a police officer doing that, what do you assume that they've done? Is to prevent this guy from continuing to speed off. They had to do it, okay? So into a car in an attempt to bring the chase to an end in Kirkstall Gardens at a residential road, to the safety of those in the public and to prevent further escalation. They crashed into his car. So already in that context alone, Chris Kaba is causing chaos on the road, preventing law from being, dealt on by law enforcement. That's the issue we're dealing with here. Yes, he was shot. Let's get to that point now. This is why I had to read this one first. Some paying tribute at the scene said Mr. Kaba was a rapper, of all rappers, as Maddox or Mad Itch 67. But Kim Aline, whose daughter Karima Wait was engaged to Mr. Kaba, okay, engaged, he has a fiance, said this was not true and that he had an apprenticeship to become an architect. Oh, okay. Okay, so he's not a rapper, he's an apprentice architect. Okay. She said he was so loved, he was so funny, he was super kind, crazy, he was always happy, he'd do anything for you. Of course, family have positive things to say. It's unfortunate to hear all this. Miss Aline questioned why police shot Mr. Kaba and added her daughter is in tremendous amount of pain. She added she cannot process her feelings because it's a type of pain that you cannot explain. The baby is due in November. Really sad. And now they're saying, hey, this is what would obviously lead to more. If that was a white boy, he would have got a chance to get out the car. Now later on to in this stream, I'm going to go through other instances in the UK where white civilians, white perpetrators have been shot by UK police for the same reason, and we don't hear about it, but it's okay. Jefferson Bosella, who said he was Mr. Kaba's cousin, said the driver was a musician. See, so his fiance saying he's not a rapper, but his cousin says he's a rapper. I don't even see why it's relevant to even bring this up, but everyone's conflicted with each other who he is. Rapper or apprentice, whatever, it doesn't matter. He was a good person. Yes, good person. Police said Mr. Kaba received first aid from officers at the scene before being taken to hospital, but he died at 12:16 a.m. A 39-year-old man who lives on a nearby New Park Road and asked not to be named said the driver drove up New Park Road and turned up to Kirkstall Gardens, so a witness who saw what was going on. And then a police car came down Crystal Gardens and crashed into him. Another police car came in behind him and they had him locked in at the bottom of Kirkstall Gardens. So already, if you can understand the, contextualize what's going on, they have trapped him in and they are prepared to deal with him because of where it's escalated to. A lot has gone on before this incident occurs. So Vincent, let me just check on what's going on. You know the area, right? South London, Streatham. You say we always hear of stories like this all the time happening and usually know how it happens. Yep. He was doing both. We know how members of the community get down, especially in South London. Part-time rapper, of course. Don't know why she had to deny it. Well, I think they just want to avoid it. By day, working white collar, at night drilling. Don't even call it white collar. As an apprentice to something doesn't mean he's achieved any white collar status yet. But hey, look, people have to hustle. People have to hustle. He survived at the scene, but sadly passed away when he was at the hospital. Yeah. The vehicle he was driving was a suspect. Yeah, bro. I'm reading the article. You're doing the job for me. Okay. Yeah, I read into that already. It wasn't apparently registered in his name. It could have been a friend's that he's using. So already he's associated and affiliated with some type of connection to this crime. Okay, but we don't want to pay attention to that. People just want to focus on the fact that he was unarmed and shot by police. Okay, I understand that's maybe what's the most important because a life has been lost, but we need to understand how it led to that. Was it an escalation that was inevitable? Who could have controlled the situation? Are we going to put the blame on the police? And in the UK of all places, where we know when we have an armed police officer, it's for a specialized reason, for that day, vetted for that target. Okay. Another witness told the Evening Standard that the man who was shot driving an Audi tried to ram his way past the police cars. Cordons are in place on Kirkstall Gardens and cordons. That's like the huge, planks. New Park Road and with a forensic tent put up and officers gathering evidence at the scene. The Independence Office. I'm trying to scope through it. When the police use fatal force, it is important that there is a robust independent investigation to establish all of these circumstances surrounding what happened. Investigation that is occurring right now and that we can't sort of intervene on with the social media mob of justifying, that we are judge, jury, and executioners of what occurred. We do not know what's going on. It's being investigated and everyone's just focused on the specifics, unarmed and shot. You need to understand how we got there and why it's almost inevitable. I had to be in the middle before I read into this. I didn't want to get too emotional. I didn't want it to be about how look how black men are being. Nah, 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 nah. I'm sorry. I don't see myself in that position because I'm a black man. Because I'm not seeing myself running away from police in my car. It just doesn't make sense. I am not going on a rat race with police officers in the UK because that could lead to something very bad. He could have crashed in to a pole, a tree, and killed himself. It was an erratic behavior. Was he running away from? Have people considered that before marching, or we're just glamorizing the whole thing? You know, this George Floyd era of things. Now we don't really pay attention to content where it leads to. I can read on and on, but everyone understands the gist of it all. I might find a clip that we could react to real quickly. But overall, yeah, an investigation is occurring now, and people are jumping to conclusions as to what's occurred, and it's based on race and this idea that we can justify it being racist, and easily people jump to that. I think the family of the lost person would jump to that because they would have never wanted it to happen to them or their family. So I completely understand that claim, but we can't play this game. I can't put myself in that position where I'm defending the inevitable. You saw my thumbnail. I put like a meme showing like I'm not falling into this narrative anymore. I am not, and no one else should. What's being said here? Vincent says, "Roadman things, you get me." Now BLM UK will be out in full force, and they are. So I'm gonna share a. I'm going to share one with you. With Chris. Oh yeah, it's in this one, isn't it? The Guardian. One moment. So the Guardian, I would say, is a bit more biased because they're used to providing content like this. So the hundreds of protesters marched through Whitehall Road demanding justice as police watchdog launches homicide investigation. Investigations occurring now. There's no justice until that investigation is over. So I would have, if I personally, I don't mind protests or marches. I just believe in timing and when it's necessary. There was a time when people would march when nothing is done, when no justice has occurred, when it's been brushed under. And some people will say it's tactically sensible to do it beforehand, but I don't think it is because we are providing clout into a case where we don't know the full story and we're just basing it on color coding nonsense again. What the 2011 riots in the UK, for those of you who remember it, have taught me is that when someone was shot dead by police because of the color of his skin, we justified it as unjust. And when we looked into the story after several years of investigating in court cases, it was acknowledged that the man in question was at fault. But no one would need to listen to that after the riots led to a swarm throughout the nation, looting and vandalism and destroying property because of a case that hadn't been resolved yet. People would not do the same thing again because it made them look stupid. Remember, weeks after that, the UK riots, people were being exposed in the headlines, getting caught for those who looted. No one left without being punished like they do in America. So we can't really play that game anymore. So marching is pretty much the only thing people could do. Now, if people observe the protests, I'm going to scroll through it now. The type of demographic, the people that are out here. See a lot of the man them. That's okay, innit? That's okay. Yeah, if you saw another clip, no justice, no peace, but justice is undergone. We have a oh, I was meant to be sharing the screen. Sorry, guys. One second. So here I've got the march. I saw other clips where it's mostly the man them on the street with hoodies up. It just doesn't seem like a proper like it just seems like a convenient thing to do without really going into it. It's like, okay, no justice, no peace, but justice is being taken into consideration and an investigation is going on. Usually a riot takes place after a court case, after it's been settled, or a protest, because you need to make sure legislation has undergone first before we push anything, right? And watch when we find out 3 months later that they were justified in shooting him. No justice, no peace. What peace is that? What non-peace is that? Please, we need to understand. Yes, in due process, these cases need to be dealt with the right way. I don't get it. Vincent says, if this case was in America, he would have had several pows and would have died instantly on the spot. Let's face it, it's true, because it was only one shot. Not saying that one shot is not enough, but it did take his life. But at the end of the day, it was an escalation of several things that happened in that same moment. It was difficult. He was struggling to comply. I'm sorry, if you are struggling to comply, then things happen. We can't keep playing this game and protecting Pookie. I am not going to protect another Pookie, guys. Do not put me in that position because I'm black. And fine, I don't care if you want to call me a sellout, but I can see, black and white, I can see what's going on. And I'm not going to play into that because of 2 words, unarmed and shot dead. That's not how it works these days in the UK. We can't play that game anymore. It happened in the 2011 riots. Go read into the transcripts. They were justified. That's why no one got in trouble for that case. Pinning it on racism is laziness. Vincent says the fact that it was mostly women and the man them says a lot if you think about it. I actually, if you look at other images, it looked very even. I don't know about what that could say, but it's just, you could tell it's a majority of people involved may have known him personally. It was a several hundred protesters, not that many. So I'm not going to give the perception that majority of black people are out here protesting. Not really. I don't think people feel the need to, because there isn't enough to provide an understanding. But on social media, it has made some noise. There's an overlap with the the Queen passing away, rest in peace to Liz. But there was a confusion on Sky News. They believed that this march was actually in commemoration of the Queen, because they didn't hear what was going on. So they corrected themselves. Sky News corrected themselves and apologized for it. But as you can see, not a lot of people are aware of this case. And I prefer it that way, because it's best that we go through the investigation first before it leads to anything crazy. And we are more considerate in the UK. In America, it becomes very polarizing. Oh, who to blame. Oh, it's the police. Oh, it's the culture. But we don't really have that in the UK. People kind of leave it until we figure out whole information. I'm telling you, we need to understand that if we continue to fall into the narrative that we are the victim because of race in these cases, when we know the situation at hand, critical thinking, he was in a car chase Why would any regular, simple civilian be in a car chase with armed police officers? Whoever on here, or if you're not British, you would have to understand that we do not have armed police officers just anywhere. There's a special police unit. I'm going to share a screen now to describe it. It's from Wikipedia, called Authorized Firearms Officers, AFOs, in the UK. And they are special units that are designated to specific cases in the country. And this requires a lot of vetting process. They were tracking down a registered car linked to firearms, and there's actually been some information surfacing. We haven't figured it out yet, but I'll definitely update you guys when it does arrive, that he has a past in firearms circulating, and he's served jail time in the past. And I'm going to confirm that again in a different stream once that the investigation has been completed. But this link has been almost discarded by most of these journalists because they don't think it's relevant to them. They just needed to throw out the sort of standard news of a black man unarmed shot dead by police officers. And so I'm sharing here with you. Vincent says, I wonder what he was thinking or what was going through his mind at the time. What was he running from? And do you think he had an order out for his arrest or something more sinister? I would like you or anyone else to come and give your input, because I would like to bounce off someone on this case. And definitely is something we can get more updates on. Right now, like, news outlets aren't even offering more information on the case. They're kind of just focused on the family and their loss and why we need to protest. I need information. I don't give a damn about the tears right now. Keep it to the side. I need to focus on what really happened. Not playing these games. So let me just pin it here. Vincent, if you're happy to come up, that would be nice. Leaving it for everyone to see. But yeah, overall, open. Let's write it down. But yeah, I'm just using common sense here. Like, call me a seller, all that rubbish. This is a serious situation. Well, 1 second. I'm just going to pin this link for those of you to see. But yeah, anyone else have an input? And if you could come up, Vincent, that would be great. If not, you can carry on the stream. Give me a few seconds, guys. Okay. So yeah, well, I'm going to zoom in just to give whoever is from the UK, or if you're from the UK but you just need more clarity on what an AFO is. So an unauthorized firearms officer is a British police officer who is authorized and has been trained to carry and use firearms. Not that many, let's say about 5 to 8% of police officers in the UK are allowed to carry guns during service, during their shifts. And the designation is significant because in the UK, most police officers do not routinely have one. They have tasers. The only forces where officers are routinely armed are the police service of Northern Ireland and ministers in Belfast. So Northern Ireland have a specific isolated rule, while in the rest of the UK, not so much. So overall, that's just how it is in the UK. When we do have firearmed police officers, we deal with these cases to an even serious level. Hey, Mr. Vincent, thanks for tuning in.
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Great, you got good sound at the moment.
Okay. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, how you been? How your week been?
Yeah, my week's been good, thank you very much, and hope yours as well.
Yes, it has. So you've tuned into this, right? From the title, I said, wait for the investigation before we make Chris Kaba an hashtag. Well, that's already too late. He's already in hashtag, but he hasn't really caught a lot of attention yet. I hope it doesn't. I want to hear everything first. I already kind of concluded what's going on here because we've heard from the beginning what happened before the shot. But what do you think? What's your tone? What's your approach to this?
I mean, I'm also, I'm just thinking more from like I'm not biased. I'm just more so in the middle. I'm just waiting till due process has taken place. I mean, I think we have to just wait till more information has come out. I'm not going to just scream race and say, oh, because he's black, or take the extreme end, the opposite end, and say the police is right. Again, I'm kind of neutral, and pretty much everything you mentioned, I just agree with it. You'll see my comments as well in the comment section. But me personally,
you just say you agreed or disagreed?
I said I agree. I agree with everything you've said. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So right. You'll see my comments as well in the comment section, and I stand by that. But so far at the moment, the verdict is not looking too well for him. So yeah, I'll kind of say it's probably his fault.
So would you be called a sellout? Why would you be called a sellout for saying that? A coon?
Because I'm not, I don't have the hive mindset. The hive mindset of the police against black people. There's, I don't know, man. It's just thinking logically nowadays, right? It's just, Also, go on.
I said, boom. You said it. The hive mindset,
I know.
And that
right, that is the hive mindset, and I used to think like that as well. I think it was just 2 years ago I dropped that mindset. And when you look logically, you realize that look, this is due process, like this is what it is. These are the rules. If you don't follow it, then too bad. Then you get what you get. So yeah, it's a really simple case, to be honest, in my opinion. And we've heard of similar stories like this. I think you guys are aware. I live in Florida, in the USA. If this was in the USA, you know how that's going to end. So that will not end well for him.
Yeah, you see, right, Vincent. I think there was a time when we had that conversation about scenarios where you're in America and you're dealing with police, and how it's very, appropriate for you to have a certain tone or a certain approach to police. Don't just expect the police to do their job. There might be one or two bad apples, but also people who are under stress of like dealing with civilians who are uncompliant, and could lead to them making a human error. These are human beings that make human errors. And so I'm not giving them sort of an excuse to shoot a man. But if I'm hearing that there was a car chase and they had to corner him by crashing his car, and then he tried to ram through the police car, and this is an armed police unit, this has already escalated to the point where in the UK, it's very specific. When that leads to that far, the aggression, it could lead to someone getting harmed. It could lead to death. That's what I sort of witnessed, what I've read, and what I've noticed in the news, where they've changed their approach to these cases, is where the individual's history, background is not relevant, is not included in the article. We want to focus on what just happened in no other detail whatsoever. Let's just leave it to investigation. And I think that's what the police now have prevented, the public from knowing until it's finalized. But it doesn't matter as long as it reaches Twitter, Facebook, any social media platform where race is the key word, to spark some hate, distress, then yes, we are going to fuel it. And we already have a system in place to provide them the pulpit. So BLM is a designated system. So if someone passes away because they're black by police officers, immediate
that's like the automatic
agenda.
Assumption.
Yes,
right.
No matter what the scenario is, unarmed black man, police officer, done.
Yeah. And again, just like we've heard previously as well, it's like BLM, they profit more from the death of a black man than when he's alive. You know what I mean? So it's just, and it's true, like in a story like this, I mean, they capitalize off of that, all this fundraising and all this donations and everything. They're making millions, so it tells you a lot about BLM. But hey, we're more profitable if we're dead, apparently. So it's sad, but
it's working for them. And the UK branch have gained attraction, and yes, they profit off police
No,
brutality. They
definitely.
profit off our
Yeah.
emotions. And scandal after scandal, we're catching people who in the headquarters have stolen this amount of millions. Who do you think is donating to BLM? It's not just black people. I would say majority of people are non-black who donate to BLM. It's the empathy, sympathy for this sort of non-profit organization, quote unquote, that would always be fueled in these types of cases. Forget about the family involved. I think the family involved, of course, are biased. That's their loved one they've lost. And regardless of what the information that comes out, they will still defend the man.
Yeah.
Have we noticed that no matter what they've caused, what they've been involved in, any criminality, they will defend them.
Okay, so let me play devil advocate here, right? God forbid, right? Let's just say he was a relative of yours. Do you think you would share the same viewpoint?
Now, I don't have any relatives who are involved in any car chases or criminality, but I'm the type of person where if someone is associated with that, I want nothing to do with being even connected to that scenario. A relative of mine is involved in a car chase, dealing with police, and then what will surface for us is his, history. So if he's known to be involved in that type of lifestyle, then I'm afraid I'm not interested personally. I'm not interested in defending or being in that position to discuss it. It's almost embarrassing, in my opinion. If it was, let's say, an innocent man who was just shot dead in the middle of the road for no reason or crossfire, then of course I will speak up. But I can see what's happened here. All right. Number one, car chase. Number two, they cornered him. Number three, it got worse. It escalated. The only issue people are focused on is the fact that it was unarmed and police still shot. Now, I don't play that game. I don't think that's really enough to start a protest. You see, because so what if it was unarmed? I'm sorry. If I'm a police officer and a man is unarmed, but he's aggressive, he's approaching me, he has a car, like he's ramming it into my car. No matter what happens, that could lead to a gunshot.
No, I agree.
Maybe it's not necessary, but it would happen. So I'm not playing that unarmed plus police officer game with anyone. It's illogical. It's two-dimensional. We can't play that game. We can't. Were you gonna say something?
No. Pretty much. No, I agree with everything you said. Actually, yeah, you answered that question very well. So I have nothing else to add. But yeah.
Right. So the reason why I brought up the 2011 riots, because there's a huge contrast in what's happening now and what happened then, is the same thing. Unarmed, quote unquote unarmed, even though months later they discovered that he stashed a socked mini gun. I don't know the model of the gun, but it's a very, those small guns, and he stuffed it in a sock and threw it into the bushes, witnessed by the taxi driver that he was cornered in. I forgot his name. What's his name again? Rigby. 1 second. 2011 riots, UK.
Rigby Lee? Was it Leeson? Rigby Lee or?
We're close. We're close.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember briefly when I was very young.
Yeah.
I was just
How old were you when that happened? 2011. Do you remember when you were? How old were you?
Entered year 7. I'd entered year 7. I was 11 years old. Yeah.
That's cool. I've just found. I'm just looking for it now. Mark Duggan. If you remember Mark Duggan.
Yeah, that name rings a bell. It does. I've heard that name. Yes.
Yeah, the reason why I brought up is a huge contrast. There are no riots at the moment. Someone's life has gone. Rest in peace, Elizabeth II. So maybe that would have prevented people from even trying. But the marches of today, are a lot less grandiose as the one back in 2011. I think people have learned from the past that we have to wait for the full story, and that's what I actually appreciate about the UK public. We are not playing into that game anymore. I mean, like, we know the people involved in crime and who might end up being brutalized by the police. To what degree that it could be justified, that would have to wait. We have to wait. Don't play this. Oh, this is how we're being treated. I have never been stopped by the police in the UK. Probably I would be if I was in America. right? But in the UK, it's like you have to be in a very special position to be dealt with by the police. So it's
No, I
like
agree.
if you are in that position, don't talk to me
Mm.
about race because I have to hear your case first before you turn that into a racial issue. Because there are a lot of white people who also are targeted by police in the UK for array of reasons too. But we
Not to
don't
be
play that
fair.
game here. It's not the
Yeah,
same.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, but you see, I would look at the articles that they is in a way this is to justify sympathies. Yes, someone's life has been lost, but we need to know the full story before you give us a sort of a butterfly, storyline, giving us images of his loved ones. Well, why didn't they raise a child that wouldn't go on a rat race with police officers? That's where my head's at. Who raised him? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Do you know
I
what?
don't care about the rest. Yeah,
Do
go
you know
on.
what? This is kind of more of like a, it's more of a thought I've been thinking about for quite some time, right? I've been thinking that, do you think it has to maybe do with his, like how his personnel? So, for example, he, emulates the stereotypical Pookie from, the hood, because, well, like they say, he's a rapper, from, from South London, versus, let's say, it was someone who's more like a white collar professional black man that was in that position. Do you think it would have garnered the same sort of reaction? Like what I'm trying to
I
say.
think that's where,
uh,
yeah, my thing is that so far I've read 5 different articles on this case,
right.
and it's so surface level. We don't know anything, and that's why even
Mm,
someone tried to control the narrative. His fiance tried to say he's not a rapper, but his
he's
cousin
an
and
African. Right.
other family members are
Uh,
saying he was a rapper. So it's like
right.
they're already within the family and friend circle.
Hmm.
They're already trying to control the narrative. They don't want to give us too much information, even from their end, right? But
That tells you a lot.
so far, the police are also withholding information
Yeah.
because they need to investigate as
Mm,
confidential as possible. So it's
yeah.
unfair on us now to just assume. So it's like I'm not
Mm,
gonna go there. Like, oh, okay, what's his background? What does he do? I'm
right.
focused on the case in hand. He was being chased by police officers for what reason we don't know, other than the fact that his car was registered linked to firearms circulation.
Hmm.
That needs to be made sense of, and I know that it would link back to him eventually, because
Yeah. Yeah.
what other reason would you be driving a car that isn't registered in your name but is linked to
Mm,
firearms?
yeah.
And
Right.
then his history in that also system as well when it comes to
Mm,
law enforcement. I'm not going to play into that game yet. I'm not going to assume too much because of how he looks or whatever,
yeah.
because how that's
Mm,
how everyone else plays into it. Wait for the investigation to complete. If I
yeah.
was a BLM protester, that's what I would want to know first before I step outside with my
Right.
umbrella to march. I want to know who
Yeah.
I'm marching for.
That's a
No,
logical
seriously.
approach. It's logical as
Yeah,
well. I know. I agree with you. Yeah. That's just being logical. Like I said in
I
the comment
want to
earlier.
know who I am marching for. I want to know why first,
Yeah.
but it's
Did
not
you,
enough for people.
did you see my last comment I wrote in the chat? I said thinking logically and critically now makes one conservative. I see, well, how
Yeah,
pathetic society. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Has
right
degenerated
wing,
so much.
alt right.
It's just the truth now, and it's kind of sad, that, I don't
The
want to
thing
say
is,
more bad.
the what used to be racist right wing were those who were prejudiced without even
Yeah,
looking into context first. So even on that end, stereotypically, both sides are as ignorant as each other. And we're
right,
not
of course.
playing into sides at the moment. It's
Right.
just logic. Like if you're into sci-fi, there is a race of aliens called Vulcans. They look like us, but they have pointy ears in the
Okay.
Star Trek universe. And what
Mm,
they base everything on is logic. They are against emotion, so they suppress emotions. Of course, we're human. We can't really suppress emotions. But when it comes to objective understanding of cases like this, we need to be objective and logical. Remove the
mm,
emotion and focus. Now, we can do that now because we've learned from the past how that doesn't help. But the reason why, white folks or racist people could do that is because they lacked empathy in this case. They just
of course.
like
It's all
their
skin color.
starting thing is, yeah, Chris
Right.
Kaba may have been a criminal. So that's
Yeah.
them immediately. So
Mm,
it was easier for them to see the truth. While someone who was, woke, left wing leaning, liberal would be as empathetic and biased in order to make sure that this man may have been innocent. We have to give
Yeah.
him, justice first. So it's
Yeah.
like pulling the strings on whatever. But we can't
Right.
play that game anymore.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm going down memory lane right now. I just remember when I used to be in my leftist mindset, my liberal
Right.
mindset back a few years ago, and how compared to now, I just see the stark difference, mentality. But yeah. And it's also just common
I
sense as
personally,
well.
right.
Go on.
Do you know what? For example, I have a similar journey too, and
Yeah.
to an extent, I probably would rely more on someone who did come from a liberal side first, and then are more understanding on logical, objective truth,
Right.
rather than someone who was raised conservative and just always felt like they were right. So
Mhm.
it's like you can tell the difference that people who were raised conservative or right leaning,
Yeah.
even though they might be making correct points, they're still prejudiced to an extent.
That's right. Yeah.
That's what I
No.
come across on social media. Even though we agree on the same objective truth, they came from a perspective where they just assume anyone is a criminal who gets shot by police.
Right. Well, unless
Right.
it's them, obviously.
Right. Even though more times than none, they're correct, because
Mhm.
police officers have to be efficient as possible. Even if
Mhm.
the American system is corrupt, to an extent, law enforcement are doing their job.
Right.
So when it escalates, then
Mhm.
it's like there's more likely that the police they had to do their job versus the bad apples that ruin it for everyone.
Right. Now that you touch on that point, right? Do you remember? I don't know if it was on here. You shared it, right? Remember you shared it with me. About that American, that black American guy who, the police. I think it was in West London.
Let's react to it right now. Actually,
Right.
let's
And do you remember,
react to
right?
it
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And do you remember how he said, my rights, my rights, my right? And I was just thinking, right, is this an American thing? Because, obviously I live in America, and I always hear Americans say, I know my rights. Like, is that like in their constitution? Is it some sort of thing? Like, I've been quite curious. I've been pondering that thought lately.
I
Like, where's all
mean,
this?
you're the one who lives in America. You acknowledge that a lot of Americans aren't well informed about the world. So for
Right.
them to justify that,
Mhm.
okay, at least they know about their American way of living, their rights as well is almost like a trope. It's not based on actual written rights. They just anything that
Right.
makes you almost human is like an American constitutional right,
I
you know.
see.
So if
Okay.
you feel uncomfortable about being dealt with the police, then it's like, of course, this is human rights violation.
I know,
So I don't
right?
think he even. I mean, he's in London. Let's even react to that.
Yeah.
I've just found the video. I mean,
I
this
really
is
like that.
completely unrelated, but you brought this up because I think it's actually as important in this case, because this is how people react to
Mhm.
issues like this. So I
Mhm.
found it. We're gonna watch it into its entirety, 7
Sure.
seconds long. American versus British police get and this person uploaded it himself,
Mhm.
right? Saying that he owned the British police officer.
Can you
Comes to
imagine?
find out, like most of the people in the comments disagree with him. Like, you were owned
Yeah.
by the police. What are you talking about? Like this guy, Rome Thomas. I'm guessing there's another video of him explaining this situation, but he looked like an
Right.
idiot. So this is British police in relation to what we're talking about and how they behave, avoiding escalation. Can you hear it?
What's the
Yeah,
charges?
can you-
Am I
Good.
free to go? Am I free to no? Am I free to go?
No, not at the moment.
So am I being detained?
You've been detained here for the moment, yes.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that there's been a serious assault inside the premises
What does that have to do with us?
because you may be involved or you may be
There's
a
a person.
witness.
There's a person gave you a description of whatever was involved.
Very vague description, and that's
Okay.
what we're trying to
There's a
find.
white guy and a black guy here. Do either one of us fit the description?
Description.
Eh?
You might be a witness.
I told you. I've already told you. I have not seen anything.
We need to make sure that is the case.
Well, the case is, I'm telling you, I haven't seen
Right, the
anything.
thing
This
is,
gentleman said he
until-
hasn't seen anything.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Now,
until
I'm.
we speak
What is
to
your name?
PC Hawkins.
And what is your name?
Lucy Jones
Am I free to go?
being detained.
On what grounds?
On
I'm American, so I know. On what grounds? Be careful what you say. On what grounds am I being detained for?
you've been explained enough times.
I'm going to get up and leave. Is there a reason why I cannot leave?
If you just bear with me, a few
I don't want to
minutes,
bear
I'm gonna
because
go-
I don't want to bear with you until you told that guy to stop using his phone. That's why
Right, the concern I have, okay, is that for all I know,
am I free to go?
No, listen a minute.
No,
I'm
don't
trying
forget
to
about all that.
explain.
Am I free to go?
No, you've asked me. You've
Yes,
said,
ma'am.
you've
Am I free to go?
questioned about it, and I'm just explaining. To you.
Okay, for those tuning in, this is unrelated to the Chris Kaba situation. Oh, Vincent's gone. Chris Kaba situation, but this is just an example of how interactions with the police are in the UK. Very much trying to de-escalate the situation, but if you have someone who is antagonizing the police officer in the same way, it gets worse. So he's like, we can't play this game as if police are out to get you when you're not complying by choice. So before I carry on, Vincent, do you have a view on this, like as it's going in this first minute?
I just think he's just, an American being a dumb American as usual. Like nothing, no surprise there. Just giving problems everywhere they go. So, but yeah,
Right.
Let's continue.
Yeah, I'll carry on and playing, and I will find another video with a British person interacting with officers, and I think we're more comfortable almost berating and insulting police officers in the UK. That's what I noticed, even among British people.
Remember, I did say that. I've mentioned that before. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like what there's so many things that you can get away with in the UK that you just cannot do in America. Like it won't fly. But yeah.
And it could be funny, but I think it's quite sad that we can almost take advantage of their limitations. That's what it is. It's a limitation.
You know what?
Compared to go on.
America isn't really that free then, if you think about it, then, because I'm free to insult a police officer in the UK without a risk of being shot, dead, or being tackled down on the ground and being put in handcuffs. In the UK, I know for a fact there's a strong chance I can get away with that. Maybe just a warning or something like that at most.
Right.
But also, I just find that quite comical.
Different system, different attitude, behavior is in a different environment too. And in a way, it's like, I don't want Black British to get away with playing this. We go through the same thing too. We don't. We don't. And I'm not going to let y'all continue to play that game. I'm going to gatekeep Black British experience for all of y'all if I need to. Like, I'm tired of people lying out here, British people on panels speaking to Americans. We go through the same thing. Police hate us too. I am not letting you play that again. I will drag you to filth if you play that again.
Would you not agree that our caliber, or Black conservatives, I'll say, or Black people that think like us, that we're very few in number, so we're kind of outnumbered?
It doesn't matter. No. Don't even make it about how we behave and whatever. I'm talking about people who are lying about their experiences in the UK. It doesn't matter who they are, if they're from South London, inner city London, East London, wherever they're from, however they were raised, we interact with the police the same way. We've heard people who grew up in other parts. You remember that British doctor on the documentary? He grew up in Derby. He's been stopped by the police in his nice car, and it's the way they interact with him, very polite and everything, and he moves on with his day. It's that simple. It's how we choose to react. It has nothing to do with how we behave or act. And that's me just gatekeeping already. It's like, I'm not going to even let anyone assume, it depends on who you are. In the UK, if you are causing trouble, you will get trouble. But yeah, you get what I mean?
I get that.
Yeah. So I'll play this, and I'm going to look for a video of a British person interacting with British police as well. But this is a perfect example of insanity at play.
To go, yes, I'm aware, totally aware. Am I free to go?
You haven't let me answer the question.
Yeah, because you guys, like, I'm sitting here, I'm cooperating, but now, like, you guys are pushing. You can't use the bathroom.
I've explained to you why you can't use the bathroom. You haven't let me explain yet why I was.
No, you don't want. Now you're ready to explain because the video camera's on, ma'am.
No, I had already explained because it's on my video camera.
Okay, but
I had already.
But your video camera only gets used in case of an incident that needs to be reported.
No.
Okay.
Not necessarily. It can be used for anything. It can be used
Okay. Exactly.
Exactly.
A complaint. Exactly.
Yes.
So if he complains, you have to pull that video camera up. If nobody complains, you don't need to pull it up. So I'm asking you, are we free to go?
I'm not stopping anybody complaining.
Are we free to go?
Right. No. Are you gonna let me?
Are we being detained?
Are you going to let me explain to you?
No, I'm just answering my questions. Are we free to go?
No, we've explained.
Why are we not free to go?
Because there's a crime that's been alleged that's happened in here.
Is there descriptions of the people?
Time to get a fuller description.
I told you we just.
There may be other accomplices involved. There may be significant witnesses. Okay.
If I get up and leave, is there you going to try to stop me from leaving? Is there any rules of saying that I cannot leave?
I would ask you.
You're asking me, but I don't want to stay anymore because I want to go. My headache is now subsided, and I'd like to leave. Am I free to go? Am I free to go?
Can you just wait one?
See what happens when someone's educated?
It would be an
Yes, it does. Because I'm asking you, am I free to go? And now you guys, I know I'm free to go. I know I am. And he's free to go. Are you free to go?
I think so.
Yes. You're telling him you can't use the bathroom.
You can't because it's a scenes of crime. You've been
Okay.
explained that, so
Okay.
we did
But
explain that to you,
exactly, and therefore you've had description of whatever the case may be.
No, we've had a description of where it happened. It's alleged to have happened.
Are we free to go? I need to answer now because I'm going to get up and leave.
She will be back and she will let you know.
No, I'm going to get up now and leave.
You can't wait. What? 2 minutes? Less than
Why
that?
do I have to wait? So I'm lawfully being detained.
Pardon?
Am I unlawfully being detained at this moment?
Not unlawfully, no.
Okay,
You've
so
been
I
asked-
am a free to go.
We've asked you to stay. She has gone to speak to the officer over there. She's coming back to tell you.
Okay.
I think that's a fair thing to.
No,
to
it's
wait.
unfair because you
it's
told this
fair.
gentleman he cannot use the
You
bathroom.
can't because it's a crime scene.
It is a crime scene, which is
Okay.
what I've explained.
Yes. No, I'm not all right because we're free to. Are we being?
No, you're not free to go at the moment.
Okay. Well, what's the reason?
Well, we're still investigating what's gone on here. Something's happened. There's an allegation of crime, and we need to work out what's going on.
Okay. Do you have a description of those people?
We
of
do,
the crime?
yeah.
Okay. Do either one of us fit description? One of us.
At the moment, yes.
Okay. So which one needs to go then?
You both need to stay.
Come on. There's a black guy and a white guy here. One of us fit the description.
No, you both need to stay.
What's it on what grounds?
On what grounds is because we don't know what's going on at the moment.
You need to find out.
This is why I stop it because, as you can see, how annoying this
How
interaction
racial
is.
it got. Right. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Look at his peer next to him, just like changes, complying. Okay,
Normal.
gotta do what you gotta
Yeah.
do. He made it
Right.
about whatever he wants. Is it because I'm black? Is it because I'm well? What about your friend who's white? Like, are you serious? They're doing their job. You comply. You don't even have to be polite. Just listen, keep quiet, whatever, and get on with your day. Everything so dramatic. Black people, are you just dramatic for no reason? Or you think you're the main character in everything you do? I think it's pathetic. I generally think it's pathetic.
Not a good look. Not a good look. Yeah.
Yeah. Any input on that before I put on
I mean, everything you said was just factual, isn't it? I mean, it's, again, that's just Americans being Americans, and them just bringing their nonsense abroad. But everywhere they go, everyone caters to their will. But yeah.
And to be honest with you, a lot of Black Brits echo this mindset as well. They do, especially when you don't know the law, you don't know how it accepts. Sorry.
Right. No. I said, that's really sad, isn't it? Like now, American influence is now permeating, the UK black space, and now we're starting to imitate the American black culture.
I won't even say we're imitating them. We're just trying to be the main characters in terms of just it's because we're black. Maybe something else. We're not that different from every other person if we follow, civil conduct. And if you read into the story of Chris Kaba, we can see, is it Kaba? You can see it was not, he did not civilly conduct himself as any other civilian would in a situation like that. And we want to ignore it, and just based on the fact that it was unarmed. I'm sorry, it's not enough for me. Well, go on.
I don't know. Just one thought that just struck my mind was that maybe could he have been under the influence? But then if he was, I think they would have mentioned that, wouldn't they? So I don't know. That's just
not mentioned. And it's not even relevant. You're driving under the influence, then that's our problem.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it escalates, doesn't it? So, all
right. How you doing, Jonas? Thanks for tuning in. So we are continuing with another reaction to a few videos I've put on a playlist. And Don Osman has tuned in on the panel. Before we play, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How about you?
All good. So have you listened through the stream? Have you heard what we've been discussing?
Yeah, you were hearing about the guy that got shot south of River, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
South London again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's unfortunate, isn't it? But you know,
What would you say?
I
What's
was
your
wondered,
opinion
like,
on it?
yeah, you know, apparently his car was linked to a firearm or something like that. Probably they thought that was a firearm in the vehicle or something like that. We're just probably speculating all that, but you know, apparently his car advanced towards I think the patrol car that was, I mean, the armed response car that was in front of him, innit?
So apparently, allegedly, you're saying, well, some people witnessed it.
Apparently, what I heard is a witness said that that the car was advancing towards, you know, the police car that was blocking him off.
Why do you think he
basically
was
driving forwards?
running away from the police? Why do you think he was in a rat race with the police officer?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
Can we assume the same way, you know, we can assume why they shot him? Is it because he's black, or do you think it's because they made a mistake?
Yeah.
So we go on.
Yeah, I don't think he got shot because he was black. I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of people are trying to do that. It's because you know the Metropolitan Police Service is scrutinized, right? Because, you know, due to the fact that
they're under investigation, separate investigation, in order to figure out, what like break down each moment that led to that. And to be honest with you, once I heard it was a car chase, a rat race, essentially, alleged perpetrator was being chased by police. What is going on? Why is he being chased? And why isn't he not complying with police officers? Why isn't he following typical civil conduct? Is you stop at the side of the road, confirm who you are. Apparently, the car is not registered to his name. Is it a friend's? Is it a family member's? Let's justify what happened. Or is he running away because he knows something? So it's like, okay, we can't obviously assume all on one stream. We have to wait for that investigation to be over. But I don't want us to make the same mistake we made back in 2011 when you know, a lot happened, you know, not acknowledging the whole case. The whole country went on a riot, you know. So that didn't happen this year, thank God, obviously. But well, I'm in a position where I want us to break down why do we think that no one's at, you know, no one else was at fault other than the police. That's why I'm sitting here trying to discuss. I don't care if I'm being labeled as a sellout or whatever, but I'm sitting here objectively to understand why is it that we're focused on the fact that, okay, he was unarmed and shot, but do we know what led to that position?
I mean, he could still pose a threat even though he's unarmed, right? He could use the vehicle.
Right. And that's what occurred. Well, that's what allegedly occurred.
Allegedly, yeah.
Right. Now, we know you're from the UK as well. When it comes to armed police officers, a very specialized and rare unit that comes out to track down people who are armed, because it's illegal to own guns in the UK. When they come across that requires a lot of vetting and a procedure where, okay, we are tracking down a person or vehicle to deal with this alleged gun. They couldn't find this gun. Does that mean a gun never existed? That's the thing where I don't want to sit here and believe that it was just by chance or it was not on him. We need to know the truth, and we don't know his history too. People have acknowledged that he might have had a past in that sense, but we don't know yet. And once we do find out, I hope it clears it up. Have you come across an article describing it?
Yeah, apparently he was involved in a shooting in Canning Town in 2018.
Oh, was he?
Oh,
so
wow.
he's already a criminal.
Okay.
So basically, he's a criminal.
I'll try and look through that article. Actually, it's
Well,
that's why
no.
I'm even staying objective. If his past is his past, fine. But again, this helps us understand what's going on here. He has links to this in the past.
No sympathy for criminals.
I am not willing to march on the road for a Pookie, someone who is known for this. I am not willing to do that. Hundreds of people marching on the street on a very special day in memorial of Queen Elizabeth, what people think of her. That's not up to me to discuss. But overall, on Sky News they made a mismatch. They believed that they were marching for the Queen, but it was actually for this case. But then it's even more embarrassing when we find out that it's actually someone who almost led to this himself.
Yeah.
He has a history in this. They were tracking him
They
down.
had to apologize,
they couldn't find his gun.
Do you know what?
Someone just provided some info. Someone just said official Jesse McQuicklin says he's part of what 6-7. Is that like a gang?
Something like that. I heard they do drill
The
music.
name of his gang, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Or they
that's
do
the
that. Some, allegedly, I heard they involved with drugs or something like that.
Bruh, this is all alleged, but we're hearing a lot. These things happen. Manchester boy M15 says, I am sick of Pookie's getting all this support by the black community. When NHS doctor and graduate David Gomer was stabbed to death by Mandem, nobody cared yet. Everyone cried for some rapper. I did not know about this. It sounds familiar.
I heard about that story. Yes, I did. Yeah. I think it was last year, wasn't it? Yeah. I think he was Ghanaian, British Ghanaian.
And no one speaks on it because hey, it has nothing to do with the cops. It was probably another black person. It's like why is you black on black crime? I'm not even using that. But come on, priorities here, people. Priorities.
Okay, so if I can just backtrack just two things real quick, right? Just to touch on this, right? So you're saying that this NHS doctor, right? Are you saying that if he was, let's say, it happened to be by a police officer for whatever reason, maybe he was mistakenly shot or whatnot, they would have spilled into something else? Is that what you're saying? They would have whirlwind it into another whole BLM sort of scenario.
Well, you're saying once they complete the investigation? What do you mean?
No. My thing is, so this example that what was it, Manchester just gave about that Ghanaian medical doctor. Let's just say it was by the police that had happened, right? Are you saying that like it would have been kind of a BLM scenario, right?
Most definitely. That would have sparked a lot more outrage because he was a professional. But why haven't we come across a case like that where a professional doctor, lawyer, whatever is being shot by the police? Because they usually don't put themselves in that position in the first place.
Right, exactly. There we go. And then
that's what we need to understand.
Yeah, finish. No, land. Go on.
No, I just mean like a black man or woman who works a regular 9 to 5 usually aren't involved in this situation. They aren't typical civilians who are being chased by police officers or in the crossfires. It may happen, but we haven't had that situation here in the UK, and I don't hear that much in America either.
You ever heard that story like in 2015 about a guy got shot outside the courthouse in what do you call it, in Forest Gate? Apparently he's trying to spring someone out of prison.
Forest Gate.
Where's that? Is that
Forest Gate?
Oh, okay, 2015. I'll check that out. So someone who was outside the court, after leaving the court, or he just happened to
spring
be
out a person out of a prison van, something like that. They weren't using like real guns. They would use imitation, imitation and all that. Apparently, he was a black guy and he ended up getting shot. I think it was mixed race. He ended up getting shot.
Well, yeah,
and
I guess
some people tried to make it, as it was racism that he got shot and all that. And most of the guys, survived and so on and so forth. And yeah, it's just a bit mad, really, to be honest. I didn't feel sorry for the guy that got shot, to be honest. It's just a bit mad. You're trying to spring a guy out.
Because as you describe the case, we can see it's on him, and law enforcement had to do what they needed to do to prevent what happened. So we can't play into that. Even BLM aren't, that stupid, but they're stupid enough to take on things based on key words like unarmed and shot. It's not enough. But in that case, he had like what looked like a real gun, and that's his problem. That's the thing with cases where you have armed people. They're dealt with and ignored by BLM because that's on you. Logical, right? But then when we don't know the full story, they can fall into this. Oh, another black man dead. Another black man.
In all fairness, I didn't know that person had it. Like I didn't know on the when I watched the story. Yeah, I didn't know the person had a imitation firearm and all that. Apparently, it's only one imitation firearm, and it was like a couple of people with him or something like that.
Right. Right.
So yeah.
And then, so those who try and defend these cases firsthand before BLM take over are usually like close to them, whether it's like gang members or family members or friends who try and say, in a biased way that police were wrong. What we're used to in the UK is people could just justify being, wrong or crossing the line with police in the UK and still blame the UK. That's UK police officers. I'm no, pro police. I'm not that type of person. But hey, if they have a role to play, we have a role to play too. Follow it. If you don't follow it, you ain't getting support from me. So that's this scenario here. Someone has died, and when you look what happened before it reached to that point, I'm not gonna sit here and defend you. But yeah, someone says official just says Crip 995 confirmed it, or Crip 95. So they confirmed that he is gang affiliated. And see, Vincent, this is why his fiance prevented people from claiming he's a rapper. Because he is linked to some people in the streets in that sense, in music as well. Christian Boy M15 is speaking at okay, facts. Right. Yeah, so already things are surfacing, but because we've already had a march in central London, it's already too late to backtrack. Hey, Skeng, thanks for tuning in. Skeng,
have you
Lizzie,
saw it? There's apparently guys that are balaclava and all that.
Oh, right. Yeah, in the march, there were a lot of roadmen in this march. I felt I could not justify supporting it when I saw that. It's a bad look, and they don't realize how much of a bad look that is. Yeah, so Skeng Lizzie, thanks for tuning in. Nice username. Can you hear us? All right, I'll wait for him to figure it out. Let's just mute for now. But yeah, I was about to share a few clips of armed police officers in the UK dealing with armed individuals and how aggressive they can be. They have to be in a way because this is what the unit is specialized in, and they press on for a long time. And if you don't comply, it could escalate. And that's why I don't care about what happened to Chris Kaba after you've read into what happened before he was shot, because it escalates to that point. So yeah, here we go. Here, I've just started a quick playlist, and then I'll pause it when we need to break it down. And then one Sky News headline on Chris Kaba as well. 1 second. So this is a warning. They have a gun pointed at the suspect. He's unarmed, obviously, but he's struggling with police as they handcuff him and look for weapons. Anything can happen in that moment. But as you can see, the man is struggling. Anything can happen. Your life is gone. Another one. Almost similar. They try to block his path. They tried to block his path and avoided further injury. Why would anyone do this if they were innocent? As you can see, it's very aggressive. We rarely see this in the UK, but it only happens when weapons are involved or suspicions of weapons. Do you think all this would have happened if he complied?
No.
This doesn't just happen out of nowhere.
Right.
This is an escalation. So I'm just finding examples of where this is similar. This is a white suspect, by the way.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask his way through that.
Yeah.
So
this
yeah,
happens, happens a few times, and it's not always like people make it racial, but it's anyone could be a suspect of a crime like this in the UK. You're not treated any different.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, you're back, Vincent. Skeng Liz,
Sorry about
anything you'd like to say before I carry on? You've got your sound done up.
The Queen was a pookie.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's Myth Twist.
What's up, Myth Twist? Long time. Oh
She
my
was the
god.
best at it.
Wait, could you come? I can't really hear you. 1 second. Speak again.
Yeah, hello. I think
Yeah, I
my
can hear you.
audio
Yeah.
is messed up. Oh no.
Okay, I can hear. Better now. Yeah. What were you saying? Lizzie was a pookie, yeah?
Yeah, if you look at the way how people been talking about her, seems like she was the biggest and baddest pookie of them all.
Oh,
Something like
God.
she robbed people, she ran people down. Like, you look at how people been talking about it. Like she was a whole bandit. She went out there and raided and robbed and pillaged and like obviously I'm taking the piss out of those people, but seriously, I mean, it's funny how like how in one breath that's the same types of people we sit there and glorify, but then let's say in the case of someone like a monarch, let's say they did go and do all of that kind of stuff, you want to call them they're disgusting, blah blah blah. It's funny just how I don't think that's an angle many people look at it from, but I actually see how some of the comments that's been made the last few days about the monarchy and Britain as a country and all this kind of stuff,
Right.
how that links with the type of culture that we talk about.
Colonialism.
You got people who sit around priding themselves on the fact that they're a savage. Like they literally proudly call themselves a savage, but then you get upset about the fact that people back in the day perceived you as a savage and treated you accordingly. Yet here you are in modern day in civilization in 2022, happily calling yourself a savage when you got a phone in your hand that quite literally is more powerful than what put people on the moon. I don't know. Seems to me like there's something wrong with people's heads in it, but it is what it is. I just think at the end of the day, like a situation like this, I didn't even hear about this until you were doing the stream, and to be honest, I only just got to the stream, so I don't know exactly what you said, but I can imagine because we've had conversations similar to this. The truth of the matter is that at the end of the day, it's just gonna carry on, man. Like I don't know.
Please, you know what? Do you know what relieved me? What relieved me is the fact that you didn't know about this case. Now, I'm not saying that his life was irrelevant, but I'm glad that an investigation is undergoing, but not too many people are out there, saying BLM, hashtag Chris Kaba. We can't play that game right now because we don't know the whole story. And already it looks like they were following protocol.
When did it happen?
Tuesday evening, and then the march happened today.
Oh.
Yeah, well, the Queen's death definitely overshadowed that. So
yeah,
thankfully,
no one's got time to report on that. No one cares. Like, and it's messed up that it's not messed up, but it's kind of weird that as Black people, we're sitting here kind of looking at other Black people marching at something and kind of rolling our eyes at it. But at the end of the day, they did this to themselves because we all know what this is about, and we know that these people don't really have as much respect for Black people as they claim they do. That's just the truth of it. Like, they don't. You just want to always look for something to be mad about, to deflect from the fact that they don't know how to take accountability and responsibility for their own behavior. That's all it is.
Yeah, so today Sky News reported seeing the march, right? And they thought it was a march for Queen Elizabeth. So it's a coincidence you came on.
I thought that
Skeng Lizzie.
I was gonna say that's what people might think it was. That's probably why we didn't hear about it, because I feel like there's been so much people that have been going to, like, depending on where it was. If it was anywhere central, then yeah.
It was in Whitehall, and when they were marching, Sky News broadcasted, "Oh yes, they're coming for the Queen. They're heading towards Buckingham Palace." And people on Twitter went crazy. And then for a few hours, then Sky News returned with a report saying, just to make a correction, we're sorry. That was actually a march for a man named Chris Kaba, who we're gonna have to report later on today. And so it was like, you know, they've been pressed on so far, like don't confuse what's going on here. But I'm glad it was overshadowed. You know, rest in peace to that Don. You know, that's his life. You know, but at the end of the day, I don't want this type of, you know, image to be like, okay, before we find out the full story, let's march. We can't play that game anymore. We can't. Call me a sellout if you want, but I can see what's going on here, especially in the UK. When we're dealing with armed police units, we know what they've vetted and processed. And this guy is known for having a history with firearms. Like, let's not play games here. And the main people that will be biased are his friends and family. That's who they were. They was in huge support that he was innocent. Of course they would, but they made sure the rest of us. Yeah, they made sure the rest of us were unaware of the whole fact, especially the journalists. They're very dangerous for doing that. But yeah, you're gonna say something?
No. I was just in agreement with what you were saying. Yeah.
Right. Skang, you too?
Yeah,
I'm gonna call you Lizzie from now on.
That's fine. I don't care.
Lizzie.
Like, you know, like what's funny is that like literally nobody, like I know people who, you know, things have happened to them where they've either been arrested or even in some cases killed because they were involved in the road lifestyle, right? And I do not recall not one time anyone ever saying anything negative about. Now I understand obviously when they die you're not going to want to do that, but it's like no one's really condemning the lifestyle. What they're condemning is just the death that comes after the fact. But it's like, well, the death didn't just happen from. It's not like, you know, like he was just walking on road and he just dropped dead one day, is it? Or someone just decided to just, that guy just walking by himself, let's go stab him. Like that's not what happens, you know. Or the police just say, oh, that boy, his skin's a bit too dark, let's go shoot him. That's not what's going on. But the way you think it is like that with the way how these people behave. The truth is that like.
Our armed police have shot dead a man in his 20s after a car chase.
Sorry. I was meant to mute that. Carry on speaking.
Okay, no, I thought you were playing something. No, it's just there's always something to it. And that's actually one of the first things I do if I see something like this. I try and see, like, I just naturally assume, okay, there was something that happened. There's some context behind this. You know, it's very rare that there's just going to be absolutely no reason and someone just randomly goes and gets bodied. It doesn't happen very much. Like, it's very, very rare, especially here. You know, 9 out of 10 times, someone is involved in something or did something. And I'm not saying that means that you have to die. You know what I'm saying? But I think that, you know, you're saying that people should know the full story, but I don't think they really care. I don't think it makes much difference to those types of people. Like, because at the end of the day, they've got their views of the system, and that's just what it is. They want a reason to be mad.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would say I'll prioritize on his friends and family not caring because they will always be biased to an extent that, you know, you took our child's life, but I think majority of people do want to know the truth, but they are so clouded in the idea that the police are out to get black people. In the UK, I've never interacted with police. Some of my friends may have, but in terms of like the way we experience it versus America, in contrast, we can't play that game. We can't play how much we are targeted by officers, defund the police. These are academics saying this. You know, it's not just like some random idiot saying we must defund the police. This guy, Manchester Boy, says how people want the police to be defunded, the streets would become almost lawless. Now, obviously, it's not going to be legislated in this country. We're not stupid like that. Well, government aren't as stupid, but like the fact that people will create a movement, BLM scandals, who is donating to BLM, it's like, how can we play into this? We continue to be the victim, money laundering, identitarian group in this country now. It exists in America for many reasons, but in the UK, we're just like, we're playing into this game. I'm glad it was overshadowed by the Queen's death. It's kind of weird, like one death over another, but I don't want that. I really don't care. I really don't care. Let's listen to this. Yeah, it's sad. I do sound harsh by saying that, but his life is his life, but the way it's being carried, he's not my martyr. No. But let's listen to this real quick. Hope I don't get any strikes from Sky News. I don't know. I can mute.
In South London, officers say they were pursuing a suspect vehicle last night. Police apparently deliberately collided with the car to force it to stop, bringing the pursuit to an end. In Streatham Hill, residents reported hearing gunshots and a police helicopter in the sky above.
There's a massive bang. I thought a neighbour's roof had fallen off or something. It's a real, I think it was like boom, like something that maybe it bounced us. And I looked out the back window to see someone had fallen, and straight away I didn't really notice it before, but straight away I could hear the helicopter very close in the air. And that's not terribly unusual for around here, but it's suddenly was like, just felt more intense. But it's usually fairly calm around here, so it's a bit of a shock. Yeah.
Well, our crime correspondent, Martin Brunton, joins me now live. Martin, what more details have you got about the pursuit and the incident itself?
Well, the police watchdog, the Independent Office for Police Conduct, has taken over this investigation, and their investigators have been here since last night, working through the night, probably about to hand over to a new team. And the kind of thing they're trying to establish is, vital things like, was there a weapon, a non-police weapon, retrieved from the scene? What was the reason for the police pursuit? Those are the vital questions that will be asked. How many officers were involved? How many shots were fired? And trying to establish as closely as they can the exact circumstances and what prompted the shooting. Were any shots fired at the police? Now, I don't have answers to any of those, and I think at this stage, investigators aren't absolutely clear. They will have got last night initial statements, very brief statements from the officers involved, but it may take some longer time to establish exactly what happened. The facts, according to the police, are that this happened just before 10 o'clock last night. Police had pursued a vehicle from Lambeth, so sounds as though it was heading south, probably hadn't travelled very far. They came to this road here. Police rammed the car, or not clear how violent that was, but they brought it to a halt. According to witnesses, the officers got out, asked the driver to get out, and according to another witness, the car moved towards the police cars, and then a shot or shots were fired. There's no official identification of the man who died, but there is a name on the street. Friends of the man they think was the victim here who died have been talking about their how distraught they are, how they recognized him from the car number plate. The car's still here. They say he was on his way to see friends, and they are, like his family, completely puzzled and shocked about what happened here last night.
So yeah, that was about 3-4 days before. I mean, yeah, a day after the incident, and then things have already unraveled with protests, and because there isn't enough information, people have just carried the idea, he's unarmed. But as you can hear from the detail of the incident, they attempted to de-escalate after stopping them, and then he charged at the car, the police car, and they threw fires, shots at him. Apparently it was one shot, but it's enough to see that it was almost inevitable. But the gun was required, no, but they suspected he was armed, but we wouldn't know until it was dealt with. Manchester Boy says, if black people keep on doing this victim and identity politics shit, people in this country will become fed up of us. We will get treated like how FBA get treated in the USA. We need to be careful. Wow, with so many light minds in this chat room right now. I'm actually glad you would say that. See, we're not alone in this conversation in understanding what's going on here, for sure. Go on.
It's quite like a trivial thing, but I was just going to say, how polite, just one round. Because I know if it was here in America, it would have been several rounds. I know that, but
oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was line enough. Trust me.
Scattering through the car, like just shattering
There you
everything,
go.
because you know the
Everything.
Americans can do that.
Yeah.
My gosh, one more example of that on video. I'm showing you an example of just how the armed police units deal with in incidents like this.
Police, drop that bag now. Drop the bag. Do it now. Buddy, drop the bag.
If an American listened to this, like,
They would say, "Oh my
how
gosh,
polite.
how polite." Yeah, how polite, man.
Drop the bag. Drop the bag. Drop the bag now.
So polite. I'm so British police are just they're very soft. Like, we just have to admit that it's just the truth. They are soft.
Hey, isn't that good? Wouldn't that be a
It
good
is.
thing then?
I know it
You
is.
know?
It's a good
Right.
thing. You know, they're like, you don't fear the police, because here. Also, go on.
No. I've got nothing else to say. Go carry on.
Yeah, no, I said that, in the UK, like, everyone just takes them for granted. Unlike here in America, nah, everyone is in fear of them. Like, when you see them, everyone's like, soaking their pants. But go on, play the video.
Yeah, insane. Yeah, let's finish this in a minute long.
Drop the bag, mate, and we can talk to you. What's in the bag? A bomb.
And you can put the bag down, come and get the cigarette, and you can go back to the corner. All right?
All right, I've got the cigarette.
You got the cigarette?
I've got the cigarette.
Right, we'll put it on this corner here,
Oh, that's all right.
and then we'll move back.
Probably a student.
There's a cigarette in there, mate, yeah? Have you got a lighter or not? There's a lighter in there, okay?
Right, then
All right.
we'll move back. You can have that, but put the bag down before you come and get it, all right?
Okay, hands out the bag. Let's detain him. Let's detain him now. Let's detain him. Let's go. Put the bag down now. Put the bag down now. Put the bag down now. Put it down. Put it down.
This is a black guy, by the way. Oh, isn't it?
Get the bag off him.
Or is he South Asian?
Right. Get him on the floor. Lay on your front, Jay.
I'm pretty sure he must be South Asian. Come on, like, I'm
South
not even
Asian.
trying to make it.
Right. Oh wait, with that hair, I got it. Yeah.
Unless it's a black
But
Muslim.
the way they dealt with it is right in that moment. He, I guess, wasn't compliant, but he wasn't aggressive, and so they dealt with him right there. And if it got worse, if he charged at them, boom, done. Like in this situation, these are what these units are for. If we continue to make this about how police are what they need to be defunded because they're unlawful, like we can't play that game in the UK of all places. So anyway, I posted anything else. I posted a tweet. I'm gonna reveal to you my Twitter based on this case, and I got some responses. So it was a meme I created real quick. Okay, don't judge. Here we go. But yeah, here's my tweet. I wrote, if you're on a car chase with the police, what are you running from if you're innocent?
We can't see it.
You can't see it. Oh, Jesus, come on, bruh. What's wrong with me?
Right.
Well, yeah, here it is here. I'm going to try and zoom in real quick. If you're on a car chase with the police, what are you running from if you're innocent? Hashtag Chris Kaba BLM. It's like I'm trying to get attention. But hey, is this the meme I posted on the thumbnail? No, look, you're not going to march for Chris Kaba. Hashtag BLM. I said, no, I'm not falling for false narratives again. And I got some responses on that. And, basically, people were having more of that conversation on Twitter. If you haven't heard of it, the most you would hear of it is on Twitter. He's a hashtag, which I'm afraid is like unnecessary. And it is overshadowed, by the crown. And this is where they Sky News asked for an apology for confusing the march with people who were marching for the Queen. But here, if you can listen.
Rhiannon Mills there. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I'd just like to clarify something we said in our reporting a little earlier today. Earlier this afternoon, we showed pictures of a crowd of people in Trafalgar Square and described them as being on their way to Buckingham Palace. We'd just like to make it clear that those pictures were actually of a protest that was taking place over the death of Chris Kaba, who was shot and killed by a police officer in South London. And we'll be reporting in full on that story a little later today.
Man, If it was Fox News, they'll spin it around and make it more criminal, but it was like an apology, and we'll report on it later on. And here is like part of the protest here. There's a clip of it. Now, if people remember, there is a group in London, in Brixton, I believe, or in just mostly South London, where they wear bulletproof vests or something that appears to be like bulletproof vests. That guy at the back, and they joined in this protest. Now, it's almost like a game to them. I think, like, okay, any BLM protest, they want to play into this. We are an army. We are fighting for our rights. It's just sort of more of a glamour thing for them. Why do they have bulletproof vests on? Is it like some type of uniform? Well, anyway, here it says Chris Kaba's parents and family. That's the family there in front. Do not look away. Their pain is real, and they deserve answers now. Guess what? Their pain is real. True. They didn't raise a good citizen, unfortunately. I'm not gonna delve into that. But their pain is real, and the request for answers now is unnecessary because investigations do take due process. Allow the establishment to do what they can, and it's a kind of unfortunate to also, like, rely on the system to give you the answers. Would they give them the right answers? But to be honest with you, if he has a history of dealing with arms, I can't look into these families, situation and find sympathy. I'm sorry. Like, what do other people think? I can't find sympathy if he has a history of this sort of crime. Well, let me scroll through one more. There's like a video showing, like, someone mentioned how they just look like, like some roadmen were in this march. It just looked quite intimidating. Like, wait, hold on, is this a march or is this like some type of army? But yeah, the usual BLM protesters, it's almost as if it's like a reason to go out, really. Of course, there are white Asian people involved too. They are also showing their sympathy and feeling like they're doing something for the larger community. But yeah, here it is. This happened today. Do people know what they're marching for? To be fair with you, on right here in this swarm, there seems like there's a lot more white people than black people.
Right.
Or is it just me?
Liberals. There you go.
Liberals.
Yeah, libtards. Yeah.
Wow, Black Lives Matter. It was just mostly almost. Where the black people? Wait, hold on. Maybe a lot of black people aren't coming out because we don't give a flip about this case, and they are. Wow. I'm sorry. I think they kind of look confused, or is it just me? Like, we don't know who we're here for, but it must be a good cause.
You're not confused, same as well. Yeah, I'm wondering.
Campus liberals, gap year students. It's giving me that type of vibe, It's giving that type of vibe. And then here, these are the guys we were like talking about. Like, what the hell is this? And someone mentioned how he is affiliated with a gang. They probably some members are here because they're next to his family. We also have to acknowledge that some of these family members benefited from, young men end up doing criminality because you make fast money, and what do you do with that fast money? You spend it, and you even give your family members some money, like, "Hey, mom, hey, dad, here's how much I've earned doing this and that." And everyone is like a hush hush type of scenario. So in a way, people do protect their family members, even if they're involved in crime. And if he's known to do that, once it's surfaced and unraveled that he was involved in it, then where are we gonna meet this scenario again? They just want answers, and once we get those answers, let's see where that takes us. But I'm glad, Manchester boy, you brought up where were everyone when the man David Gomo was stabbed to death by Mandem. Nobody cared, yet everyone cries to some rapper. It's unfortunate, man. Any input from anyone?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it as well, it's a political aspect of it. There's I think the protest is politically motivated, and also, I just don't understand why would anyone would want to protest like that. They made it sound like as if he was a victim of racism, stuff like that, even though it's an insult to someone who suffered from racism or was a victim of a racist motivated crime or something like that. It's just outrageous, really, to be honest. Even let's just say, if it's proven that it's not racist, which I highly doubt it was a racist incident,
Mm-hmm.
then what's going to happen to people who are genuinely victims of racism and they come forward?
Right. Now, the phrase I come across is, the boy who cried wolf. When
Absolutely.
the boy cried wolf the third time, no one listened anymore. He's just known to lie a lot. And there was a wolf that, slaughtered him. And that's the case for those who are victims of racism, is that we will come across, the public being numb to these conversations when they realize that a lot of these cases are false. It's not race-based. But when it is race-based, can people rely on what they're being told? Is it conspiracy? Is it just a BLM trope to get more money, gain more money? Racists become more racist. It's like to justify protecting hooligans over and over again. I am not playing into that anymore. When I read into the case, I want to find out what they were involved in. If they were just a regular civilian who got, stuck in the altercation, that's not their fault. Then that has to be dealt with properly. But so far, back to back to back, it's the same type of scenario. Someone involved in crime, someone not complying with officers when needed, and no forms of police brutality until that person was hurt or injured or murdered. So we're not playing into that. I even want to know the percentage of black people in the UK that don't want to play into that anymore, because it seems like we're growing, like a growing force of people who want to use logic over hive-minded victimhood. Can't play into that.
Yeah, and also, it's just
you mentioned that it was politically motivated. Yeah, it's interesting because if we can rewind maybe 8-9 months ago, just before COVID became less of a problem, the Labour Party made it a thing to align themselves with BLM. Remember the kneeling when Keir Starmer and his deputy were kneeling for BLM, and people went crazy over it, like, what are they doing? And it's a thing where they used that movement to conjure up some sort of identity, like, yes, we are for the against the injustice of those in minority groups. That didn't really change anything. Labour Party still lost in the general election. We're not focused on that. We don't have those issues here in the UK, okay?
Yeah.
But we'll play into it. And social media is a powerful force. That's why we've heard about this. People have circulated it enough that probably Americans are like, oh man, we're going through it too. God damn. Another George Floyd. Damn. No, not today.
Absolutely. And that's the same Labour Party that can't accept the fact that 6 out of 10 constituencies voted to leave the UK. I mean, that's the same party, and they have that cavalier, kind of like like a parenty type of vibe when it comes to their constituents, particularly those that voted out of the EU and all that. They're very patronizing. That's what they come across to me, to be honest.
And for them to assume that minorities would side with Labour Party, it looks that way. But I see a growing indifference to politics when it comes to ethnic minorities, especially after Brexit, because people would say Brexit was racist. But if you see, most of the migrants come from, brown and black, predominantly brown and black nations today versus Europe. There are less migration, from Europe to the UK because of Brexit. And so it's like it's worked against those who did vote for Brexit because they were xenophobic to ethnic minorities. But now it's actually working against them. So in a way, a lot of the uncles and aunties that were against Brexit are for Brexit because they see the bigger picture. So when it comes to politics, yes, we can't really use minorities as you thought you could, especially when it comes to police brutality. We don't play into that as easily. As I showed examples of police officers, they're pretty nice, decent, especially when they're all dealing with troublesome, individuals. I mean, I'm not siding with police like that. I'm just saying that there's examples of UK police officers doing their job. Simple as that. And when it comes to the armed police force, that's a different scenario. They get aggressive when needed. So yeah.
And they have to
Any
be
input
aggressive
from anyone?
because the potential dealing with someone, who's armed or something like that.
Right, and who's potentially armed, and they had reason to believe that, and it was, as you've heard, registered under the car's name. He's driving it doesn't mean because he's driving it and it's not registered in his name, it has nothing to do with him. That's ridiculous. But we can fall into that trope because you see, when we have to understand bias. When we read into news, some people are looking to side with the victim first before they side with law enforcement, because it's clear to say, hey, law enforcement are always wrong. It's very easy to claim that. So we sit in this sort of game where I believe we have to be as objective as possible. Racists will look at that news headline and say, he must have been a criminal. Wokeists would say the police officers went too far. And we have to be right in the middle and say, like, where's the information? We need the information first before we assume anything. It could have been the police fault. But yeah.
I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, probably in a couple of years' time, probably 5 to 10 years' time, is going to be like an inquest. I'm just thinking to myself, how do they know the person that there was a gun in that vehicle? I'm just thinking to myself, perhaps was there like direct surveillance or something like that?
Because of how it's been right, because it was pressed in the media so much, I think they would even fast track this investigation, because usually this would be prolonged, but it's better to get that sorted as soon as possible when it's in the limelight like this. And to be honest with you, people will be very disappointed to find out that this guy almost led to his own death, unfortunately. That's just how it is. Mark Duggan, it was the same thing. But guess what? We didn't hear any update on the situation. People might have listened to the documentaries that came after, but it wasn't a headline thing. It wasn't a protest thing. Because people can forget that he was in the wrong. It could be the same with this situation. I know it's the same. It's the same pattern.
I mean, they're still playing it. Like regards to Mark Duggan thing, they're still playing it. They're saying he's an innocent guy.
Right. That's like a memorial to remember the time when, London was set alight. And it's like, because of this one innocent man, we can't allow this narrative to keep simmering on. It's embarrassing. It's almost justifying why people, in the far right can claim that, diversity or ethnic minorities are the problem. They can just play that into that game because we play into the role of, we're all innocent. We don't do anything wrong. We're human like everyone else. We know who chavs are in the UK. They commit crime too. They get in trouble too. We don't see people vouching for them. I don't really care for them either. If you're committing crime, you're committing crime. But let's stop defending criminal activity
Yeah.
in the community. Please, we're a small community in the UK. We can easily stop that trend. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks Myth Twist for tuning in though. But overall, yeah, I was looking for another video. Anything you guys would like to share?
And also, Duke, with regards to those instances and all that, and the way people protesting, it makes people think that, you know, it's how black people are, you know. In terms
And
of,
to be honest with you, I
that
mean,
level of criminality we're talking about, like if allegedly the guy's involved in, he was shot dead.
right.
You know, and
So you're
that's the
saying that the
danger.
number of
That's the danger,
protesters?
my
Are
concern
you
is
referring to the number of protesters?
no, I'm just saying the way they're protesting it, they make it sound like as if the guy, you know, as if, you know, they condone his behavior. You know what I'm trying to say. But my concern is, yeah, it seems to me that, you know, they are, you know, they're sympathetic, empathetic towards the guy and all that, to the point then disregarding his criminal history and stuff like that, and the reason why he was pursued. See what I'm trying
Right.
to
And
say?
to be
It's
honest,
like
like
as if
the
they're making it sound like as if,
the mainstream media are struggling to even find details. Like, but for some reason,
Mm.
people in the chat were able to unravel more information that I didn't know. That he was part of the gang 6-7 in South London. He was a rapper affiliated with the gang as well. And you know, the suppression of information that people on the streets know, on the streets know. So it's like I need people to wake up. Like, well, I'm awake, but I'm not woke. There's a difference.
yeah, I mean,
There's a difference.
when you think about it, the way it's presented and all that is trying to, you know, rehabilitate the stereotype of young black men in particular.
Mm.
You see what I'm trying to say? So it's you know, it's very important to actually know the whole situation with regards to that case and all that. And you know, people can't be protesting half-cocked with with limited information.
Yeah, and in general, I think if we cover just the culture behind it itself, like, okay, well, I remember making a point how in the UK, when it comes to Black British identity, in one of my first videos, I said we're a collection of different cultures, like from West Africa, East Africa, the Caribbeans, South America, even Black people who live in the UK come from these backgrounds, but we all have sort of a different way of life based on our culture. But the Black culture that's identified in the UK is actually based on like the young generation. So Black students have this identity thing, like, you know, this generation, Gen Z, early millennials, this Black identity in the UK is being created based on our music or our way of, you know, conversation or slang. And then also the artists, like rappers, gang culture. It's like being associated with Blackness. And so it's like we're imitating Americans in a way, but it's in our own way. But that to the extent that if we attack the criminals, the degenerates, and say these are terrible examples of who we are, it's an attack on us. Because I remember making a video too long ago about how we need to separate from the Pookies. I made the point, a 10-minute video explaining that, but I got some backlash from people I've interacted with on YouTube. In their own way, they disagreed, saying that we shouldn't abandon people. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Those who we identify, you know, who we identify as Pookies are not ready for change. They live in their own way. They could change if they eventually choose to, but you can't continue to protect that, you know, level of degeneracy. Why people do not protect chavs, you know, why should we protect the same people on that level based on how they behave? Like, that's associating that behavior. You know?
You know,
Yeah,
the
go
thing
on.
is as well. The thing is with that as well is that, like, there's too much disingenuousness and there's too much people who say one thing and do another, because a lot of people sit up there and defend this and defend that. Like, look, I've lived in Southeast my whole life. Yeah, a lot of these people who are road, these are people you see out. I was in school with a lot of these types of people, and like when you're showing a video and you're showing all them white people, this is one of the biggest reasons why
I've always had an issue with drill music, and like it's the fact that so much white people will buy into it. You know, like there's just something off about white kids, you know, young white people chilling over in Camden or something, you know, trying to, you know, listen to, you know, guys talking about, you know, shot in packs and being in conch and all this. Like, there's something weird about them trying to imitate that. Like, to the point where I've gone to places outside of London, like, I'm talking next places like Loughborough and stuff, like just next spots, yeah. And when I go there, there's like white boys, you know, they ain't seen no type of that life in their life. And they're coming up to you like, yo, what go on, fam? And it's like, I know you don't talk like this on a day-to-day. Why are you doing this when you're interacting with me? And the messed up thing is you don't even realize I probably know the English language better than you and your granddad. That's what's crazy about it. You probably think because I've got an English accent, a London accent, that all I know about is, and yeah, I use slang a lot, but that's because I choose to, but I know how to speak very well. So it's like, it's just funny how, what I'm trying to say is that association is made with all of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, irrespective of, like, obviously there comes a point where people realize, oh, you're not one of them, right? There's always that distinction at some point white people make. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, like, because I'm really focused on the white people right now after the thing you showed. Like, they annoy me the most because they're the enablers and they're the most distant from me. And it's like black people doing this one thing because a lot of us, especially those of us that have been raised in London, we know people that are associated with that. So on a certain level, you might feel somewhat invested in it, right? I've got family members who've been involved in certain things. I don't care. Like, I still do not stand for it. And I'm actually extra harsh because I know most of these people are doing this nonsense to themselves. And I know it for a fact because I've been around it. So it's like, and don't get me wrong, there's some people who've been in tight situations, right? But it's like, for the most part, people are making these decisions and choosing to go down certain paths because they want to be cool, they want girls, you know, whatever. Just the same old typical stuff. So, but when I see these white people who they're not even remotely close to it, it actually pisses me off even more than when I see black people with it, because it's like, you have no excuse at all. There's no reason for you to be defending this. Absolutely none. And then you're the same people doing Black Lives Matter, but you're enabling the same cultural practices that leads to these incidents. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. And in a lot of ways, it annoys me more because it's like, it doesn't really affect them either which way. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can listen to the drill music and what them boys are talking about in those tracks. That doesn't affect them. When they turn that off, they just go back to their normal, regular white life. And don't get me wrong, there's some white people who grow up in Southeast or whatever that I know they've been around that, but
you can just tell.
Yeah.
Yo,
I mean,
Myth, you're on mute. But yeah, go on.
I just don't get appeal when it comes to, you know, drill music and all that. You know, I liked grime music. I knew most of the many of the artists who done grime music had a checkered past when it comes to Kremlin Records and all that. You know, everyone knew, but you know, the grime music, you know, was a lot appealing. You know, I like the lyrics.
Yes.
And the music.
I would say,
like
yeah, I can remember the early 2000s, the 2010s, when it came to grime rappers. Like, it was a mix of different people from different backgrounds. They weren't all involved in street life, and even if they were just making music. They were just making, you know, EPs for the clubs, you know, and that was it.
And it kind of
now
changed.
it's like exposed criminality now, you know, in the city.
And it kind of changed like 2015 onwards, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And hey, it's like, okay, let's see where that's going to evolve into, you know.
But you've got to ask yourself a serious question. Why are these white kids that have absolutely nothing to do with that? Why are they resonating so strong? Like, I know why. It's the same thing that happened with gangster rap back in the US, right, decades ago.
Right.
Exact same thing. The white kids in suburbs or who were blowing up NWA and all that. I get it. It's because they live a somewhat soft, sheltered lifestyle, and the ghetto gangster lifestyle and the hardcore lifestyle appeals to their sense of adventure. I'm not dumb. I know why they do it. But what I'm trying to say is that why don't black people ever look at that stuff with a side eye and think, hold on a minute? You know what I mean? They don't seem to have, they've got all this smoke for white this, but then they've got no problem with white people sitting up there enabling dysfunctional behavior. And that's why, like, it's just annoying, man. But the white people in particular piss me off more than black people.
Yeah, after what you've just said, I'm going to connect the dots because yes, you brought up something that I didn't think of in that way, but now it makes sense. Bro from Brom says, "Good evening, brothers. They are yet to show the video cam footage. Oh, there is a cam footage, that's for sure. This step, when authorized, can be done in 2 minutes. The investigation can take far longer, 6 to 10 months. Good point. Good point. The Duke." I generally agree with you, but I disagree when you say he must have been guilty. I'm on neither side. I never like associated him whether to being guilty or not. It was just based on the fact that what escalated to that, who's to blame for it. And I'm telling you, if you are running from the police, you must have been guilty for something. It may not have been for being shot. That's different. It's just the escalation, especially when you deal with a police unit like that. It's very clear that we don't know the whole story. I'm not for or against, but we can see the signs right there, right?
I mean,
yeah, go
in
on.
all fairness, Duke, that could same be applied to the guy that failed to stop in Shepherd's Bush, the athlete, right? On the A40.
Was it the female athlete? I remember there was a female runner.
It was the male athlete, the male one. I think he got stopped second
and
time.
what happened to him? What was the result of what
Apparently,
happened
he
with
didn't
him?
stop. I think he drove for like 2 miles, something like that.
He was driving erratically or just on the road
I don't
without.
know how he was driving and anything like that, but like apparently they're trying to pull him over, but he drove for like 2 miles and he got stopped by armed police.
Right, and then how was that dealt with? What happened to him? Because I can't remember the story completely.
Apparently he alleges that he was a victim of racial profiling.
Was he shot dead?
No, he wasn't shot dead. It was the athlete.
So clearly,
the athlete that got stopped.
Yeah,
Maidabel, 2
right.
years ago.
I remember. I'm trying to remember because there's another one as well. But with that, okay, racially profiled, we can hear that plenty of times. But my case with this is we're hearing certain accounts of the situation here. Did they have to shoot him? I doubt it. There could have been another way, of course. But in my opinion, when you put yourself in a position where you know you're being dealt with by police, especially police armed, as he probably witnessed once they came out of the car, you should comply at that stage. I don't believe in this. They could have done their best to prevent this from happening. I'm sorry, you're in that position and you continue to escalate even further. I deserve to get shot, in my opinion. I don't really care how everyone thinks about the situation. I'm not basing it on race. It's just logic here. I'm dealing with armed police officers in the UK. Something's bound to happen if I don't comply. That's my opinion on that. I'm not gonna, make it.
The
go
reason
on.
why, the reason why, I mentioned the athlete example was to illustrate perhaps it's not because of he was guilty or anything like that. It might not be necessarily guilt or anything like that, but I think perhaps the guilt may have been triggered because the ANPR hit or something like that.
Right.
Because due to intelligence or something.
Right. We'll definitely have to.
That triggered the and a lot of people saying, well, he's probably involved in that, given the fact that previously he was involved in gun crime.
Right. Okay. I'm reading what bro from Brom is saying, and this is where I kind of draw the line with this sort of breaking down this, or what was his human right? Even if he is part of a gang, lol, we don't shoot gang members, whatever color in the UK. This is not Brazil. We search, lock them up, send to court, and let judge decide. Killing an unarmed suspect. Yeah. Honestly, that's my whole point here. I understand this. But again, we don't have the full story. Let's not play into this. He had nothing. He was just, uncompliant, and that's it. Police should know better. I'm seeing. Okay, again, we have to unravel it after we see a cam footage, if there is one, and a full story and a full investigation. I'm not gonna play into this, especially knowing the aspects of this. Okay, being a gang member means nothing. I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna ignore that anymore. I used to overprotective of a suspect. I am sorry. I am tired of seeing it. It's the same pattern. When are we going to see the same scenario with someone who was a 9-to-5 teacher, nurse, shopkeeper? Honestly, a simple civilian in this situation. Barely any. For a reason. It's like, oh, we have to tiptoe around gang members. We have to tiptoe around criminal behavior. Oh, he still had a human right. Yeah, that's great, but he lost his life. What can we do about it?
The thing
When you
is,
live among, go on.
the thing is that like there is a certain degree of like racial prejudice people have because it's natural when you see a pattern of behavior associated with certain people to start assuming that's what they do, right? Like, I mean, every time in the past when I've done any type of work that was like customer facing or anything where I had to interact with the public and there was black people, there were times where I knew before, like, there were times where I knew like black people were gonna, like I was gonna be dealing with black people before they even showed up, just by the fact that they were late. Now some people might be like, "Oh, you can't say that. That's race." Blah 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 blah. If I was white, I said that.
I've said the same thing as well.
Look. But here's the thing: I will be real. Maybe 1 out of 10 times I'd be wrong. Okay, so it's not 100% foolproof. But bro, if you got a 90% success rate, I'm sorry, but people are gonna start making their beliefs, aren't they? That's how they're gonna do things. You're not gonna operate off the 10%. And the truth of the matter is like I'm using a minor example, but it's representative of larger things. Like in general, whenever I've had to deal with like different customers or different types of people in any type of work or business situation, I'm telling you right now, for the most part, black people have been the most difficult people to deal with, and I'm black. And I'm not even like a black person who doesn't understand like blackness in this country, because you could look. I'm just gonna be honest. Like there's some black people where it's just like, okay, they're so disconnected that it's kind of like maybe they would have difficulty relating, right? And that's why there's some kind of friction. I don't even have that problem. They'll be talking and using slang. I get it all. They'll be talking about certain things. I get it. Like I understand it. And don't get me wrong. There's a certain level of familiarity that I can appreciate in that. But my issue is that it's like what it leads to, what you defend, what you justify. It's like you can do the slang and all this, that, and wear the bomber jacket. You can do all of that without having to be raggedy. Like, why does it have to be like why can't you just, I don't know, it's just the mentality is what it is. And then you defend the things like people being in gangs, and instead of like being like, yeah, they should, we should try and focus on getting people out of that. We should try and focus on promoting the people who are already not doing it. Because that's another thing. Like, should we even waste energy on getting people out when there's way more people who just weren't in it in the first place? Why don't we just help those people more? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's prop them up. You know what I mean? Let's celebrate them. Like, why not do that as opposed to putting so much energy and focus all the time on someone being killed? Like, because you got to think outside of black people, yeah. And in fact, it's so bad. I think even with black people, I think most of us generally just associate ourselves with trauma and pain. Like, I honestly think that's what most people think the existence of a black person is. Like, if you ask them, like, and that's why I think that like they play so strongly into it in the media, because the media is going based off of what types of things sell to our audiences. And I think they figured out, okay, black people, pain and trauma sells to them very well. When we give them that, our ratings go up through the roof, right? And then again, like I say, you've got the white people jumping in on it, who are enabling it. So that's making it even more flipping, higher. So it's just, I think that's what it is. You just become associated with trauma and pain and dysfunction rather than anything that's productive, and functional. And that's not good, because not only do people outside of black people look at it like that, but we ourselves take on that identity and we start thinking that's all we can be as well.
You know what? I'm not even prejudiced on you gave a good example. Understandably, when you come across people, customers in question are black, you might be prejudiced towards what you expect from them. I don't even go there. I give people the benefit of the doubt, except when it comes to your specific type of occupation. I'm sorry, but if you were a gang member, you are a gang member, active gang member, I am prejudiced against you, regardless of color, creed, whatever. If you are involved in criminality at the moment, I am prejudiced against you. I would rather you off the streets. If police have to be more difficult with them, I would rather that. Someone who might turn their life around, I understand, props to them. They would definitely avoid being in that situation. But if you are associating it in music, even, you affiliate yourself with a gang activity or gang whatever, that's on you. I'm not here to defend that. I'm sorry. I'm not even giving them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they got the wrong gang member. Oh well, get all of them.
But
that's my issue here.
That's very okay.
It sounds vile, but
Yeah.
I'm prejudiced towards gang members. Okay,
Look, so long as
I'm prejudiced, yeah.
So long as you keep that same energy in real life, I don't really care. Because my only thing is that's like the reason why this stuff propagates is because no one really. I don't feel like people really like. I don't know, like it's not something people will push in that type of way. Like I'm going to be honest with you. Well, I'll ask you guys a question, I guess, which is how much on a day-to-day would you say like this is something that concerns you, like this type of topic we're discussing now? Like how much does it affect you, would you say?
So I go first and then well,
yeah,
me, I live in the suburbs, so I barely see it unless I go downtown. You know, if I go downtown my area, that's where, you know, a lot of the black people are congregated, the hood. So yeah, barely. Maybe once every 2-3 weeks when I go downtown, but yeah.
Yeah, Don Osman.
Yeah.
Sorry, hi.
Yeah, we just asked Myth Twist asked, so how would, you know, this type of situation affect you personally in any way? Is that
With regards to the incident?
Well,
Yeah.
more like what we're discussing about, like how these stereotypes and the behavior that leads to these kinds of incidents and these like just how much does what we're discussing in general relate to you in a day-to-day way? Like I was saying, how when I would work and deal with certain black people all the time, like oftentimes I'd find I'd have difficulties with them that plays into the type of stereotypes. And again, a lot like even like Duke, when you was talking about resisting, right? Like when you was talking about like black people resisting, like there's been times where it's like you're in a company, it's like you've got some level of authority in this in the scenario, and they're like a client or a customer, and they need to be listening to you. And it's like even in situations like that where they paid you money for you to tell them something, it's like they're still not listening. Like it's It's like, bro, this is your money, isn't it? Like it's not I'm paid, isn't it? Like you can do what you want to do, but I'm just looking at you as a black person. I'm like, yo, like, are you good? Like, do you want to? I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense. And again, it's not all of us. It isn't. And I want to be clear on that because I don't like making it out like it, but it's way too many. And I've said it before as well. Like the academics, man, the people who should know better, those people are some of the worst because they actually have the IQ to actually understand, like
articulate these issues.
Exactly. And they use that to further push the dysfunction, even though they are blatant examples of you don't have to be that. It just annoys me to no end. But anyway, yeah,
Candy Andrews.
I mean, that guy's worse.
Oh my days, he's the king of woke bullshit. But yeah, let's not digress. Yeah, you Myth Twist, you were going to discuss. You brought up a point about how the white people in the situation kind of emulate or imitate this, you know, criminal agenda. Like, okay, one thing I will bring up is how Top Boy has been popular globally, you know, in the UK and America, because I've come across people who, you know, who are not British say, "Oh, I've heard of Top Boy. You Brits are kind of different, you know, than what they expected in there for a long time." You know, Americans, Canadians would assume that Britain was this sort of like tea and crumpet, the Queen type of situation, but Top Boy exposed them to a different world, which, you know, I would appreciate. Maybe that offered a lens view of realities of some people that live in the UK, in London in particular, and especially black people in the UK. But it was very merely just focused on gang activity, right? Very much
your mic went out. The Duke.
Yeah, 1 second.
All right.
1 second. Can you hear me now? 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Yeah. My point is, Top Boy offered that sort of exposure, which I think it was good and bad to an extent, but it glamorized that lifestyle that we're specifically talking about, and how you say people from other counties in the UK might come down to London thinking, they can relate to you if they talk like this. You know, for example, me being in Ireland, I'm familiar with that. Oh, like Top Boy, yeah, say this, say that, but it's like they assume we're all like that because it's this sort of culture, Black British culture.
Wait.
Identity.
They ask.
Yeah.
Did they ask you to say certain phrases?
Yeah, or ask like what this means, and they're like, "Oh, that's so cool. This is like Republic of Ireland," and to them, it's like, "Oh, cool, wow, that's so." It's like almost like a Blinky. What's that show called? Peaky Blinders version. In the modern era, right? But I would try and reiterate, like, that's just slang that is kind
So
of looked down on overall.
Why don't they go roll up to Tottenham and go live a bit there? If it's really so cool, why don't they go down? Why don't they go down? Why don't they go there? You know what I'm saying? Like, why don't they go Finsbury Park? I just don't like. I can't stand. It's just it's so disingenuous. Like, I can't stand it. It's so annoying, especially when you've grown up around certain. Like, no, it's just disrespect on so many levels. It's like there's people who really die in this kind of stuff, and you're sitting there thinking it's a joke. Like, it annoys me, and I don't know why there aren't more Black people who are bothered by that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but why would they be bothered when they also glamorize it?
Right.
I'll
I'll bring up another point. Yeah. The antisocial socialite. What's up? Thanks for tuning in, Lady A. Yeah. One more point about that. There was, I think, last year when there was this trend of young white kids in like the Midlands or like further north were imitating the quote unquote Black London culture, wearing tech fleece and rolling around. Remember seeing like young white boys doing this sort of gang thing where they were messing around. I think they had like big knives as well. And people on social media were like, why are they culturally appropriating? And my heart dropped when I heard that, because I'm thinking, how dare you make this a cultural thing? It's not a culture. Why are you gatekeeping criminality? What are you talking about? In fact, I would rather they took it. Let them claim it. Like when they say cultural appropriate, it's like they want to take that mentality that we're gang members. Honestly, I'm just seeing a bunch of chavs imitating London chavs. That's how I see it. And it's like, okay, if they claim it and we get it out of our system, out of our image, and you can claim it for yourself, then I'm cool with that. But everyone wants to gatekeep that behavior. Like, what the hell? It's like, they think it's cool. Well, let them think it's cool. It shouldn't involve us. But yeah, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I think there is, and particularly in the mainstream culture and the mainstream society, there is that over, empathetic and sympathetic for those who engage in criminal acts, in my opinion. When you're looking at, for instance, the individuals walking around, particularly in London with knives and all that, there is that, empathy and sympathy for those individuals, who carry those weapons. So, for instance, say, well, that person doesn't feel protected and all that. And I'm thinking to myself, what if that person who you consider himself to be unprotected person, and he's in a argument and all that, and
right.
he's using it. That
right.
person,
how the sympathy for those who grew up in the real estate. Yeah, those who grew up in the estates. Understandable. Yeah, you grew up in poverty, you're more likely to end up being funneled into a gang because of that age. We've seen like films like what wasn't it? Blue something, where the young boys were just doing what their elders were doing.
Yeah, Blue Story. Yeah, that was filmed.
Older cousin. Blue Story.
Yeah, that was filmed like down the road from me. So
yeah, and it can be relatable because it's realistic, but at the same time, it's almost glamorized as well. Like, wow, they've gone through that life, like, the hard life. But no one wants to go through that. It's almost like from a distance. Is it you saying that they should go to Tottenham? They don't want to go to Tottenham, but it's like, oh, that's sad. You live that life, but you look cool doing it. That's just how
they don't want to go to Tottenham.
The issue.
Really,
they don't. In all fairness, they might want to go to Tottenham for a football game, and that's pretty much it.
Right.
Really? No. So wait, you're telling me they don't want to be around drillers and trappers? Is that what you're telling me? Really?
No,
I never could have guessed that. Like this is the thing. It's just like like you know, when you're around, like, and if, like, it's just the clip you showed, like the types of white people were in that, like, I just, it's exactly the types, you know, like just the white liberal. Like, I'm just thinking of the types of motherfuckers I see around Camden and that are moving into like Brixton now, and you know, they love to sit in the little hipster coffee shops and like it. I know what kind they are. You get what I'm saying? Like, I know what kind they are. Yeah, and these people don't run with black people on any like they don't do it. Like they'll have like their one token black friend or something, and they like to show that person off in a picture here and there to be like, you know, but it's not real, man. Like, and it's annoying. Like, it's just so aggravating. Like, I don't know. I don't really get bothered by things, but I'm not gonna lie, those people really get on my nerves. And it's because I just can't stand how fake it is. It is some of the, like, I've said it before.
Irritating, yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, because it's one of those things where it's like, I just wish more. And the thing is, I think a lot of black people might know, but they're so wrapped up in this victim thing that they kind of blind themselves to it, or they don't care. And it's just like, you don't even realize how a lot of those white people marching beside you, it's just the same, it's two sides of the same coin, in my mind. Like, of the thing that you're supposedly trying to go against, they're not really as against it as you seem to be. What, you think those white people really want you running their country? Huh? But you think they want you in charge? Like, is that what you really think? They might be cool with a black prime minister. I think they might be cool with that because they know that that's just one person. But do you think they really want it where you're running things in general? Like, it was just like there was just an all black cabinet. Okay.
I would say the overall virtual signaling of their sort of plight is to show support and whatever. So in a way, they put us in a box. It's like we are the victims. We need to, I guess, support them. So to make them feel good, so they can look back 5-10 years from now and say, I did that too. I marched with MLK. That's the scenario we're seeing here. You see, so they're playing into their own virtualness, their own livelihood. Like, they can rest assured that they've done their part. Because what more can they do? They can't put you in office. So to be honest with you, it's not really down to them to change. It's really because, like, the black people in academia, those who play into this, who are fueled by this and earn money from doing this, hashtag BLM, they continue to do it. They're the loudest. While people like us, I know for a fact there are adults who think like us, black adults in the UK, but aren't vocal because they don't feel the need to put themselves in that position where they will be targeted and called a sellout, you know, or maybe these your Tory voter. No one wants to be hated. So even us that we speak on these things, like, look, we cover identities simply because we don't want to have to discuss this controversy outside, right? We will have these conversations with our friends and whatever, but put yourself in a position to start a movement against that movement, that's not going to happen. And so you have the white majority that are more liberal, that would associate with themselves with the vocal woke agenda because they are the loudest. So it's like, that's all they see. And if we continue to accept that behavior, you know, I guess we have to make more noise. You know, that's why I felt the need to have this conversation. At least someone out there. I'm not hearing that a lot in the UK. That's the thing. When it comes to the other side, maybe we might come across it on GB News, right? With a few notable, you know, speakers. You know, like what's her name? The girl from the north. What's her name? She's from Manchester.
What's her name?
Dan.
She's from Newcastle now.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, like black girl, and then a girl named Esther. She's like Ghanaian, and then they're just like 3 or 4 people, young people who speak on news pundits, right? And kind of like there's a for and against argument, and they tend to take the more conservative, right-leaning views. They might be labeled sellout, coon, doing it for the white man, but they're just, you know, they have their points, while the wokeists are exalted.
Which some black people are, let's be real, some of them are like that. Like, I'm not gonna front, there are some, and that's where the problem comes from.
I made that no one sec. I actually made that point earlier. I said that even though we try and be objective as possible, there are people who kind of like sprout the ground already conservative minded, like in their mind, where it's like they've always seen, you know, their own blackness as a problem. So I get it. There are people who are just damn right like against blackness in general, right? So yeah. What point are you gonna make?
No, that's what I had to say.
Right. Yeah, of course. I don't want to lie myself with that, but sometimes they do tell the truth. It's just their intentions are not as, you know, it's just pretty much benign in terms of like, I'm here to figure out how we can, I don't know, as a person, as an individual, and people around me, how we can navigate this society racially, politically, in the best way. But while they would be more like pointing the finger, I'm not associated with them, you know. Like they don't want to talk to people that look like them, and they hate on, you know, black people in general. Like what's his name, Uncle Ruckus on Boondocks. There's definitely people around that act like that.
I mean, also, you know, it's a shame really that Top Boy is still running after all those years.
Shame.
It is a shame,
Well,
to
it's
be
the
honest.
same. It's kind of the same as Peaky Blinders. Like we
it should be,
glamorize
it should be
crime.
cancelled, to be honest, because
No. Think about it. Think about it.
yeah.
Hold on. Wait. You have to understand that we've always glamorized crime. The Godfather, Peaky Blinders, Scarface. You know, in all colors, all creeds. It's just like this sort of gang-related cinematic feel. There's something to almost admire. Like, why would we respect The Godfather when it's based on a criminal family?
Yeah.
You know, that eventually go legit. But overall, that's almost like what Top Boy represents. But in a way, let's say we allow it, right? How come Top Boy comes off as less sophisticated than the other crime
Because
shows?
it's about road man on council blocks and bomber jackets, and there's no family dynamic or any type of, or like that's like asking why the Yakuza are seen as more sophisticated than the average road. I mean, come on now. I think it's pretty obvious why. There's no structure. Like it's just.
Should we promote
no
that
decorum.
then?
And also, it kind of reflects the reality in a Top Boy as well, to some extent. Particularly when it comes to London. Peaky Blinders, not really. I can't see it being like I can't see it being like a reality and all that. It might be to some extent, you know, some aspects and all that, but when it comes to Top Boy and all that, you know, it's very London based, you know, reality and all that some people go through or experience.
Do you know why I would agree with you to an extent? Because canceling the show would prevent the image of the Black British, I guess, identity to not be heavily influenced by a famous show. Oh yeah, this is how Black Brits live. Like Americans will be talking about how they know about London through that show, and it's like I don't want them to see my blackness in the lens of a guy selling food, you know, in the ends, like because I grew up in London. So it's like as long as, you know what, either eradicate that type of imagery or have another one to counteract it, you know, where it's like the complete opposite in London when it comes to like TV shows and films.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, boy. Media.
I'm working on it.
That.
Trust me.
Yeah, it's not even trying to. It's even being realistic. I mean, there are a lot of Black people who are just tax-paying citizens doing their thing, living a good life, like for the culture. So it's like, why is that too boring? Or is we just need?
Yeah, actually, I think I can give some input. I think I can actually give some input on that because it relates to something that I've been working on. So I can't give too much specific. So basically, there is some kind of project that is being made. There's a few. There's one that is currently getting a pilot. I'm not going to say anything about that. That's not my project. It's someone else's, but I've worked on it. But you probably wouldn't even know I had anything to do with that if you saw it, because you just probably wouldn't relate it to anything I've spoken about. But that's one thing that's out there that's kind of going to try and make things a little more interesting. But there's something I'm working on specifically that I think is basically when I was trying to conceive of it, it was like originally I was thinking of trying to tell a story of, you know, what you just said, like the black person who's not involved in that kind of stuff, and what I found was I was getting bored of the story myself, and it's me trying to come up with it, and I was like, man, we need some gunshots somewhere. We need a samurai tool or something. We need something interesting. Like, this is boring.
You know, I would say though,
it was difficult.
One thing I would say before you carry on is that that's a great like story to have, like, as in, for example, parallels to that, there's American shows like Issa Rae has made a few TV shows that have done well. So it's like there's aspects to like a normal life without crime that is possible, but it's hard. It's probably hard. So yeah.
Well, it's not that. Well, this is the thing, right? So it's not that I think it's necessarily hard. All you've got to do is basically just do like a rom-com or a comedy or like anything outside of action or crime. I mean, pretty much any other genre, and you basically get away from that. So it's not hard to do it. It's just the fact that it depends on what your aim is and your vision is. For the specific thing I was working on, I was trying to make it London and keep it authentic. And what I was finding was that I thought it'd be too dry. Because here's what the reality is. I haven't watched the latest season of Top Boy, but I've heard people tell me about it. And from what I'm hearing, that shit's very unrealistic, right? Now, based on, like, before Netflix acquired it, when it was, you know, they called it Summer House now, but back in the day when it was on TV, it was just called Top Boy. When it was on TV, like back when I was in school, that was very, very like authentic. I would say probably one of the most authentic pieces of UK street media was Kidulthood from, like, you know, back in the 2000s. That movie is a great, but that movie is like genuinely to me an amazing movie. Even though that's about black youth culture, I think that movie is like, I have no issues with that film because I feel like it's authentic, it's genuine. There's so much in it that's like, you can tell that was written and made by people who they know what that is. You know what I mean? And
hold on to that, because one thing I would say about Kidulthood is when it comes to like gang activity, it was a specific sector of like the scene, like the high school, like the secondary school life, where the weird like outcasts who were hard guys, right, were living their thing, and then in the middle there were guys who were like bad boys, but they weren't involved in crime like that. They weren't involved in crime at all. So it's like there's a nuance to layers of like the black experience or the like the experience. That's what Kidulthood offered. It was very nuanced. Like not everyone was trying to involve themselves with like guys who were in gangs like that. They were threatening to majority of us. So yeah, that's a perfect example.
Exactly. That movie to me is definitely one of the like best things, like in terms of black UK media for sure, like undoubtedly. And to be honest, I can't really think of many others in line of that I would put up there with it. But because most of the other ones are just way too much on the glamorization side. That movie was not doing that, you know. And then, you know, it's and even like when you go to adulthood and it shows like the kind of consequences of what happened in that movie, and like, you know, even that kind of stuff. It's just, I just think what I'm trying to say is that what I found is that it is difficult to try and show like urban youth London culture in media, and it doesn't have to be just London, but I'm just saying that because that's where I'm from. That's what most people, you know, what we're referring to when we talk about black media here. It's difficult to do that and to want to get black people to be like, when I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, okay, what's going to excite a black person when I tell them about this? And when I'm thinking about all the other stuff, it's like I can't see them getting hyped. Now, maybe that's just my limitation. Maybe I should draft something that's in that vein and see what the reaction is, and maybe I'll be wrong, right? But it's one of those things where it's like, it just seems difficult. And like I said, even I was finding it kind of boring, which speaks to like, okay, why am I finding it boring? Now, to be truthfully honest, I don't like the Issa Rae type of shows you're talking about. I guarantee I would not sit down and watch mostly any of them. I mean, that's just not really, you know what I mean? I don't watch that kind of stuff. I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't know. There's just not, like, I do tend to like things that's action oriented and whatever. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But, and that's the thing, I don't have a massive issue with the crime genre. Like, your point earlier is exactly true, which is that we do have that type of media with other groups of people. And it's not always something that's related to real life because of time periods, like, you know, depending on when, you know, it's set and whatever. But I mean, at the same time though, you know, you've had movies about football hooligans and stuff, and I don't know, like, I don't think we necessarily have to censor the media, but there just has to be counter imagery, because it can't be the case that everyone thinks, and it's not just black people, it happens to everyone, right? In Korea, no one knew anything about Korea until like the last few years, and all they know is K-pop and Squid Game. That's all most people think of. K-pop, Squid Game, K-dramas, like that's what they think it all is. So much so you've got girls who will go and fly to Korea to try and find a boyfriend that will be like the guy in the K-drama, or they'll pay thousands of pounds or dollars to go to these concerts just to, like, you know, and they don't even understand the language
importance of imagery.
Yes, and that's the thing. Like, it might seem like an odd example, but Korea is the best. Is actually a very good recent example of how you can change your image globally through media. Because, I mean, literally, the person I've heard from, the girl I was talking to, she told me that years ago when she would travel, right, and she would travel with like one of her Japanese friends, all of the people would just be like, "Oh, where are you from?" And they'd see her friend like, and they'd be like, "Japan," you know, and she'd be like, "Oh, you know, I love anime and blah 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 and Japanese this and the and they'd be so fascinated with her friend. And then they'd ask where she's from. She'd say Korea, and they wouldn't have much to say. Then she noticed that years later, as it changed, people would ask where she's from. She'd say Korea, and they'd give the same reaction like they did to her friend. Because now there's all this, "Oh, I love Blackpink and I love blah 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 blah," and like that's what media does. And
well, guess what? Since when it comes to dealing with people outside the UK or, you know, from other countries, and you tell them, "Yeah, you're Black British," it's Top Boy. That's the number one. I'm sorry, that's the number one.
or they'll say some jewelry. "Oh man, I love Stormzy, man. You know, I love Skepta. I love Skepta and Dams." And they always point out the same areas as well. Every American person in particular that I talk to, Europeans are slightly better, but every American person, because a lot of Europeans have actually come here, but Americans, a lot of them ain't been here. So when they talk about like here, it's always this, "Oh yeah, man, you know, I love Brixton."
Brixton, like, man, I heard how rough it is there, man.
Yeah, like it's always Brixton. I don't know what they're looking at over there.
I blame Estelle.
Is that what it is? Yeah, is that what
back,
it is?
you know, it's the early 2000s, like the artists or celebrities that went to America, they'll tell them about what they need to know about London or UK, and they will stick to those 1-2 things. That's why Stormzy, Skepta comes up. That's why Brixton comes up. It's just they hold on to whatever they've been told by those travel. Yeah, that's it. And I think that's the best they could do. Is almost like survival of information. So the only thing we can do is to add more imagery, and it has to be a successful imagery. I will say one thing though. I think British writers are pretty good when it comes to like a successful show. Like, okay, what's his name? Roll Safe. What's his real name? Kayode. He tried it with Enterprise. Remember watching that BBC Three TV show?
Yeah, I saw a bit of it, but
it didn't get enough traction, I think, but he had a good idea. I think he needs to really push the envelope even more. What's her name? Bubblegum. What's her name? That black girl.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah. Her show
her
really
career's
did
doing
numbers.
well though. I mean,
her show did numbers. Her career's gone up. Yeah. So it's like that. I believe in like a unique approach to like writers, actors showing us. So like so far, individual actors and actresses are carrying the Black British identity, like Idris Elba, John Boyega, Daniel Kaluuya. These are big names even in most Western countries now. But like individually, it's like because they're Black British, it's like, oh, that's nice. But when it comes to like the imagery of our experience, is still Top Boy for now. So someone needs to write.
You know, it's actually, I've never really actually thought of that, because that's a good point. That like a lot of the big international British names are quite individualistic, and it's like Idris Elba. It's interesting. I mean, pretty much most of these Americans know who Idris Elba is on some level, but it's kind of like, do they relate that to us really though?
Nope.
If you're pointing to Top Boy rather than Idris Elba when you find out I'm British and Black, like what's going on there? Why is that the assumption? And you get what I'm saying? Especially since if I'm talking to you over the internet, I'm clearly not out in the street trapping right now. So why would you wouldn't like you know what I mean? Like why would you associate me with that?
I would say because an individual is not enough to be profound in enveloping our whole identity. They are individuals that take roles in Hollywood and put on an accent versus the everyday Black Brit in the UK. It's like they want to understand the experience rather than the individual. Is a show like Top Boy. We don't have a Fresh Prince of London yet. We need equivalent to what has been seen in other places. You said that you're working on something, people working on things. Do you think there could be a wave of that overall when it comes to diversifying our image?
I will say I don't think so. I could be wrong, to be honest. I don't think, because it seems to me when I talk to people, like it's still some avant-garde, like far-flung thing to them. I think there's definitely people who recognize a need for it. I will say I almost never get pushback on it. It's not like when I describe these types of things, I hear people say, no, that's some shitty thing. We don't need that more. No one says that. Nobody. Which means that I will say this. I think this is true not just in the UK. I think this is true in a lot of media situations, because so much media is there's gatekeepers, right? You've got producers, you've got executives, you've got studios, you've got people who they're the ones that basically decide what gets greenlit and what gets put out. So in a lot of ways, the media is quite literally obviously controlled, which anyone with a brain knows. But it's controlled in a way where it's like everything's scheduled as well. Bear in mind a lot of things like
let me stop you there. I want you to clarify something here. Are you saying that the white man is stopping us from changing our image?
Holding us back, man.
Yeah.
The white man.
Are you saying that?
No. I'm more no, not really, because at this point, media is practically free. Like it's open source at this point. Like you can just jump on TikTok and you can go on YouTube and release a series on there. And, Netflix takes all kinds of things. Like, no, not really. I don't think that anyone's holding you back. Now, I'm not going to act like there ain't some people who would try and push back against things. There's always going to be some people like that. But I think no one's holding anyone back. And even if they were, you're in an environment now where you can, if you make enough noise about it, you can probably get something funded anyway. So I don't if you could prove people the systems against you with all this. And that is one thing I will say, all right. If you just want to look at it in terms of kind of hacking life a little bit, where you've got all these kinds of Black Lives Matter and blacks this and we need to support black blah 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 blah. I will say, as much as that stuff's some nonsense, you can take advantage of it in a weird way because of the fact that if people really are about that, then it's like, okay, let's see how much you really are. Put your money where your mouth is if you're really pushing that. If you really believe that, then if you have something to offer them, let's see if they really will support it. Like if you know what I mean? Like if you try and create something that's putting black people in a light that's a little different or better or whatever, okay, let's see if they support it. Like when you've got these initiatives or these programs or things where they'll be like, oh, we want to try and get more black people into anything. Like I would take advantage of it. You don't have to agree with the mentality or the mindset. Like let's say right now, if they came with some program and they're like, obviously this don't exist, but let's just say for some reason they came with some program like, oh, for all black students, we're just going to give you, you'll have no student loan debt. Let's just say for some reason they did that, right? Like don't be the person who's like, oh, because I don't agree with Black Lives Matter, I'm not taking it. No, take it. Okay, go do what you've got to do, all right? And build yourself into the type of person who can then make the shifts you want in the world later on when you're in the position to. It's the same reason why I'm careful about things I say on here, because they'll get to a point, hopefully, fingers crossed, if I work well enough and do things smart enough, I'll get to a point where I don't have to worry about that because it'll be too late. But until you get there, you've got to be smart. Which is why so many people who are so quick to jump on things and be like, oh, well, I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, and you'll just be another footnote in YouTube, and that's all you'll ever be. because of the fact that you wanted to pride yourself on hyping up to get YouTube subscribers. And anyway, I'm going on a tangent. You get my point. So
you're about to offend a few people. But no, honestly, you made another point about like when it comes to music, or was it Don who said it? But I remember coming across this song about 3 or 4 years ago. Strong memory on this. There was this guy rapper named Sway on Kench. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he made a song. I'm about to play it without the sound. I don't want to get strikes. But it's called Renting. Have you ever heard of Quayo Kench?
Yeah. I know this.
Remember this song? Now this song was out of the ordinary. We've never really seen like a rapper rap about his work in real estate. He's a real estate agent. He's rapping about renting out to customers, and he makes it sound hard, but we're not used to this, right? Man, them in suit and tie. When I first came across this, I thought this was sick, but it didn't really catch a lot of attention. Some people were like, "This is really cool. This is really cool." Like some rappers were like, "Yeah, this is different." But this video itself didn't even make it, over 1 mil. But it was a
wow. It's still not over 1 mil all this time.
All this time since 2018. When it first came out, I was like, this is gonna bang. This is gonna bang. I was wrong, but because people did not really care to see this, as you say, I like the song. What do you think of the song?
It was it was good. It was literally. Look, I've had a theory for a long time that most of what is selling music right now is the beat. So if you have a hard beat, this is the reason why. Like I just used the example of K-pop. How can you have it where motherfuckers do not understand a single word being said, but will pay thousands upon thousands to go listen to it? Because it's about the music. We've got entire genres of music, like orchestral music and classical, that don't even need to have lyrics in it, and people will adore it. So clearly, music doesn't need to have lyrics, right? So the beat is 9 out of 10. I don't say 9 out of 10, but I don't know, maybe.
And I'll say the music video as well.
Yeah, of course, because of the fact that it's different in terms of the actual video. Maybe if the visual had been a bit harder, because
a bit more flashy,
the way it's filmed, it does look
expensive.
Yeah, the camera looks a bit washed out. It looks, it don't look. It could look a bit. It's still all right. Like it's still good. Like there's more raggedy drill videos that get millions. You know what I'm saying? So it's not.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of why it didn't get as much views. To be honest, I'm just making I'm trying to figure
out. We have to accept that the street element will always have more of a bang for the regular drill listeners, because this. But
you know what my thing is? Drill. Do you know what my thing is? Because I remember when I watched the first thing I did was I went and looked, because I never heard. I was like, let me go look him up and see if this is just like what he does. Nope. Everything else I saw.
This is just one song. Drill. Yeah.
And I was just like, well, you're not what I thought you were. You're not.
Yeah.
Like you're not the guy. I thought the choice one of the right. No, it's not you.
I don't know why he abandoned this idea like this, because he went straight back to regular drill. I was just like, bro, you had something going on here, like.
And he still ain't popping. You still ain't banging with the regular drills.
This is probably his most famous. Like he should have just stuck to this. Like maybe he still can, but this made me feel like, okay, there could be a wave of guys who aren't even in the street, but they've got hard bars, and like you say, they can have a good beat as well. That's all you need, man.
I genuinely believe there is a lot of untapped potential in UK music. I think compared to the States, there's nowhere near the same level of. And the thing is, I don't really do the music stuff. I know people do. Look, my friends are more interested in that stuff, and I try so hard. Like they will do things that's different in its own way. Like they're not trying to do the typical stuff. They'll do things that's different in its own way, and it's still stuff that sounds good that people might want to listen to, or whatever. But I still think there's something like that renting thing. To me, is the perfect example of what I'm thinking of, because it's basically like a drill music video, but it's not about drill. It's about real estate.
Right.
And I think there is there's a space there. I don't know. Maybe it'll be played out after a few songs. That's the only thing. But why is that played out and not regular drill then? Like, I don't understand. Like,
Yeah,
it's
the
just
regular drill is still the same thing, right? It's
yeah,
still
it's
the
the
same
same.
theme.
Like everyone, the flows, like everyone's flow is the same. No, no.
Yeah.
Like it's just
Like,
it's just the same thing.
check
Bro.
man down.
Everyone trying to sound like Central C
Same
now because he
lyrics.
blowing up in the States. Like, bro, and Central C goes a little hard. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm just like,
Yeah, no,
I
even
don't want
Central
to
C, I
keep.
would say he's out of the ordinary. He's not the same typical drill.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
really get
but
that
that's
from
because
him.
that's because he's trying to do a marketing. Like he's being trying to be clever with what he's doing, and I think
Yes.
that's part of why he penetrated the States and he's taking things to a different level in such a short space of time as well.
Yeah,
You know, so
something to learn from the other guys. Something to really. But you know what? The one thing I'll bring up is, Don mentioned one about how grime era really wasn't the same as drill when it comes to like criminality. It wasn't very like promoted out there, even though some of them were in the street. It was just it's more just like music for party and going, right? But like the artists of that time, if you look at them now when they make music, they come on a level of like prestige. They might do some type of mansion rap music. If you remember what's his name? Dizzy Rascal.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Tinchy, but I haven't really seen him make music. But Dizzy Rascal, like when he makes like club music now, it's like pretty much like typical white club music, but the way he portrays himself is just more mainstream. And I've noticed that a lot of British artists do that, like Tiny Temper. They just turn mainstream, so people say that they sold out, but honestly it's just their bank account changed. So it's like you can see that we already have it in us to morph into something else, but it's just overall the young talent just don't see that until they reach the mainstream. That's what I noticed. Do you get what I mean?
yeah, I'm gonna be honest though. I don't think it's contingent upon them because I don't think it's in them. I mean, you said it is, but I think
it's exposure.
Yeah, but the problem is that this is what it is I'm trying to say. Like, there are those of us, for whatever reason, we have the mentality that's different, and we don't need to get to some whatever level for that to happen. Okay,
right?
We looked at the foolishness for where it was. Even if you kind of had some jokes with certain people, you kind of knew where to draw the line. Like, you know, there was just more sense. And my thing is that, like, that's why to me, if I know all this, I've said it numerous times, the people who know better need to do better. I'm not really expecting the people who have been in road their whole life, the people who, you know, think that's cool. Why? I don't care. Like, I do not expect them to do anything. They don't, like, why would they? They think the status quo is cool. They think it's lit. They don't need to see it change. And, you know, if I'm just going to be honest, like, part of the whole thing of change is that there has to be people who are willing to lead that. You know, I mean, if every time someone sees the problem and they're like, this is the problem, it's like, okay, we know what the problem is. There has to be some people who feel like I have to change something. And if you don't feel that way, or if you don't do that, well, hopefully others will do it, I guess. But the point I'm making is that, like, you kind of just got to know where you fit in that situation. The way how I personally see it is, I think most people don't know what they want until it's there. If you get what I mean, a lot of the black people, like, and this is what I was going to say earlier to do with the gatekeepers. The problem with, like, markets, right? Like, let's take something like Black Panther, a movie that made, you know, over $1 billion, and, you know, it's like, wow, it was a big success, whatever, right? There's been times not too long ago where Hollywood had a thing where they just thought, we can't do like a black sci-fi or a black fantasy thing because no one cares about that. That's what their logic was, right? Now, maybe to a certain extent, maybe that was accurate based on their numbers. But the problem is you ain't really made it, though, to know whether that's true or not. You know what I'm saying? And it makes sense because you got investors, you got people like, well, they don't want to take the risk, and if it doesn't work, this is the reason why a lot of the time in cinema, it seems like they do remakes all the time with everything. If you look at a lot of media right now, it's always remakes and stuff, and this is the reason why, because people want to make money without having to make risk, like take too much risk, right? And it makes sense.
Before you go, just to add to that in reference, what's her name? Chloe Bailey or something. What's her name? The black girl who's playing the mermaid. The Little
Oh,
Mermaid
don't even get me
just came
started on
out. The
that
trailer
shit.
just came out. People
Don't even get
are
me.
split. Yeah, people are split because
I
again,
went
it's
the
like,
fuck off about that like 6 years
oh
ago.
my days.
Don't.
Yeah, when they
Bruh.
first announced it, right? And you notice there's usually like redhead characters that they switch to black, and that's what people kept bringing up, like Annie and some other shows or films where the black
No
character,
soul.
I mean, the ginger character becomes red black.
Soulless.
I don't know why. I don't know.
There's a channel subliminally say you both got no soul. That's why. I'm joking.
Or we have soul, but they switch it up with someone that had no soul. Like, oh, this fucked up. Oh my god. But yeah.
But
So,
that's the thing.
what was your reaction to that?
Yeah, no. I don't agree with race hopping characters from any perspective ever. And like I've seen some people try to say, "Oh, but you know, the movie had Caribbean influences." And what? That's like saying because Pirates of the Caribbean
I
is in the
didn't even think they
Caribbean,
could
then
do
Jack
that.
Sparrow should be black. Like, look,
It's
man.
because the crab
at
had the
end of
Jamaican accent.
yeah,
Had
like
a Caribbean accent. Oh man.
yeah, but my thing is like black people just always got to scramble for crumbs.
Themselves.
You've got black women who watched The Little Mermaid growing up, okay, as little girls who became women, and you know what they did? They went out and made their own stories, maybe even inspired by that, about a black mermaid. It's probably a book somewhere in Waterstones, okay? But you know, niggas don't read, so they don't know it exists. So what happens is you just say, we want Ariel, and then you ignore the person who actually made something that's maybe more aligned for you. And that's what pisses me off about things like that. Because what it allows is for those companies to basically take their diversity and say, we gave you black people, see? But you're still lining Disney's pockets. This is what doesn't make no sense to me. Like, like, oh yeah, like, you know, white supremacy. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, we're getting more black power, more black excellence. What black excellence? It's white people who are benefiting the most off of this stuff. She's one woman. The actress is one woman. She already in Hollywood with her money. She don't need it. Don't make no sense, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't like. I could go on about that. They're so dumb. They're just so dumb.
Let's see what let's I guess highlight the achievements or something that maybe is a good sign. For example, Jordan Peele has done a good job in his genre when it comes to. I don't even think it has to be all black cast. I think that's a wrong mindset to have. Like, especially when you want your films to go mainstream and do numbers.
He's
I would
doing his
say
thing, so
as long
I
as
got
you can
nothing to
make film, as long as you can make a film where the main character can be black, it could be anything, but if you can make a main character black, that's good. And he's done that. That's the thing. He's done that and he's succeeded in so many ways than one. Like, people can enjoy his films without thinking, oh, this is a black film. Do you know what I mean? It's like Daniel Kaluuya, he's black British, but he's playing an American role. You know, FBAs will go on our necks for it. But overall, that gave us some almost like an insight that we can do it without having to pander or switch characters from a white character, or you could gain success from it. I think it proved to Hollywood that, you know.
Yeah, but also in terms of like just providing a more imaginative take on certain, like for example, you know, the one everyone knows, which is Get Out. It's like in many ways that was still playing on the same kind of racial trauma, racism stereotype, but the way it was presented was imaginative and creative. That's all I really ask. To be truthfully honest, that's really more what my thing is. I'm just sick and tired of the basic media. Like, you can't even produce something with a bit of imagination in it. It's like, it's always got, and I have this criticism of everything. I have it of Japanese anime. I have it of flipping, you know, so just so people don't think I'm just picking on black people. I'm not. I'm just picking on them harsher because we don't even have tons of media like that. Like, that's what I'm describing, is what I'm trying to say. We don't, because we associate a lot of the things I'm thinking of as not being black things. This is why only in recent years, where a lot of that stuff is becoming more mainstream, black people want to see, you know, oh, we can be part of Marvel, we can be part of, you know, these other things. And while some of the only issue that comes with that is that because these corporations are trying to, like with this latest show, like Rings of Power, this Lord of the Rings show and stuff, which people are going in about, right? It's like, oh, let's put black people in there and stuff, and people going off about it. Now, on a certain level, yeah, there's some racism in there, no doubt. There's no denying. Like, there's just some people who, no matter how good that show would have been, which I haven't seen it, so I can't comment. But
I would say you would like the storyline, and honestly, the character development is solid for already just 3 episodes. One thing is that just the racial casting shouldn't be so obvious. I want it to be more subtle, not like, oh, look, the characters are black people and women. Like the main characters are women and minorities. That's what's given, you know.
See, this is what the problem is, because I was talking to one of my friends about this, like how I was watching like the old, you know, like the Matrix movies, right? And I was like, damn, these movies are really diverse.
Very diverse.
And I'm like they're really like there was quite a good amount of like black people in those films. And I'm not just talking about Lawrence Fishburne. Like there was other people.
I don't even think people even clocked. Like when it first came out, people weren't thinking, "Oh, this is diverse." They just thought, "Oh, okay, this looks cool," you know. And then looking back, you're like, "Wait a minute," you know.
But that's what the thing is that it's not just that there's diversity in things. It's the fact that they go out of their way. Like if you look at press releases for a lot of these things, they explicitly go out of their way to highlight that. And so that's why people say it's an agenda, because clearly it is. Because when people ask you what's there to look forward to in your show, what's so impressive about it, you bring up how diverse it is. You bring up the fact that like, oh, we put these characters who, you know, we've made sure that, you know, there's more women and that there's more, you know, POCs, which is a cringe acronym, by the way. Like POC. Like and what's worse is when black people call themselves like, I'm a POC. Like what? You're I'm not a POC, okay? I don't know what POC is, but it ain't me. It's the same with the Bane thing. Just like what?
Yeah.
Or
I would
minority.
say I try and tackle one narrative really is the effeminization of black men, and I think when it comes to like the woke agenda, it is to almost emasculate the black man and like remind, you know, like when it comes to feminism, like to put the black woman on top, like the lead. Like if you saw that trailer of that film called the Woman King. The Woman King. It's the habit of, okay, yeah, we're diverse, but we're even more.
Go look into the history of that.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
like the actual inspired story or something. They probably exaggerated it.
Of course, which is whatever. I expect them to do that. They exaggerate everything. That's normal. That's part of the course. I don't care about that. It's just, it's obviously, you know, it's all programming. It's all, which is all the media's ever done. But it's just
hold on. Because I've always wondered, like, the only reason they would do this is if they see there's a market in it. So when they forcibly diversify a TV show or film, are they saying there's a customer base that like it more, or is it like they're just forcing it down our throats?
Well, if there was, then the phrase "go woke, go broke" wouldn't have any meaning. See, the problem is they go woke and they go broke. So that's why it's so confusing to people, because it's like we say corporations want money, which we know they usually do, but they will push this stuff in spite of the fact that they'll be losing a lot of money, getting terrible ratings, and they'll still keep doing it. And it's just like, why are you going so hard in the, like, what is this? What's going on here? Like, there has to be something going on and they've all started doing this around the same time. Why is that? Like, what's going on there?
Now
we're
digging. Now we're digging. We have another point. Another point. While you're speaking, I had a flashback. Was it this year's Oscars? And how basically, let's forget about what happened with Will Smith. We had that conversation already. Okay. The number one thing is, you notice that, you know, after like the 2016 Oscars So White, they've sort of engineered, after 3 years, this sort of opportunity to elect more black nominees. You notice that there were a lot of black people who were nominated that day.
Yeah.
Notice that? And it's just that I can see that, okay, Hollywood is trying to force this idea, but I don't think they're doing it for us anymore. They're not doing it for their market. They're doing it for themselves to feel like they've achieved something. And so they don't even mind changing the storyline just to fit the idea like, oh, we are not, Oscars or white. We Hollywood or the theaters, we can diversify. That was not a problem, So it's almost as if it's like another virtual signaling to solve their conscious guilt.
Apparently, I need to look into this more properly, but apparently there is something called diversity, inclusion, and I can't remember what the E is. I will say it's very interesting what that acronym spells out, though. But it's diversity, inclusion, and I think I don't know why I feel like equity or something. It's diversity, inclusion, and something, but it's like it's basically some type of branch or something that with a lot of these companies they have basically as
associated with BLM.
Huh? What was that?
It's probably associated with BLM.
It might well be, but my understanding is that it's basically one of those things like that's kind of trying to diversify things and have inclusion or whatever. And basically it's when people think of companies or these production companies or Disney and whatever, like any studios that are trying to make different things and they're trying to do all this stuff, apparently this particular branch or whatever is basically involved in funding things. I have to look into it more because I'm trying to understand it a bit better, but it seems to me like there's a lot of evidence to suggest that there is, and I'm not trying to, it sounds like it's some conspiracy thing. It's not conspiracy. It's definitely a real thing, what I'm talking about. I just can't remember the exact name of it. It's diversity, inclusion, or something. I can try and see if I can find it, Googling it.
I would say there is an attempt, but it won't
Yeah,
last
diversity,
too long.
inclusion, and equity. That's what it is.
Yeah. As you said, go woke, go broke. I think something like that can't work in the industry for too long. So if they have to do a wave of it and they say, "Oh, look, we did try before, but it just didn't work. It didn't do."
And that's what, and that is honestly the only logical conclusion I've been able to come to, is that it's basically a way for them to basically act like they helped, so that they can justify later on going full force not doing it,
Right. You know what? If that's the attempt, then fine. I think if they've made it an opportunity to, diversify the cast, give main characters trans black woman identities, like, okay, they've done it and now made a point to say it doesn't do us numbers. We're going back to what we know, which is just all at cost. And there's nothing wrong with that. Do what you need to do. I think we have to start to acknowledge that writers need the freedom to imagine how they imagine. If they imagine an all-white cast, that's their thing. So what? To be honest with you, when I watch a film and I don't see myself in it or like any type of mixture, then I don't want to watch it. And I'm not offended by it. It just looks boring. But if I see if it's really good, then I wouldn't mind. But if I do see myself, it kind of helps. So like, they complain about, the left will complain about tokenism. In my opinion, tokenism may have been the best thing Hollywood could have done at the time, because they weren't used to diversifying their cast before, and that was just an attempt to actually gauge more audience. Because honestly, looking back at a lot of films I liked, there was a token black person in it, because I can imagine myself in that story in a way. Like Stranger Things, for example. Do you think they had the black character to diversify it, or it actually gave the story imagery? Like, imagine if they were all white kids. Like, no one would. I don't know if I would be into it or not, but it gave me more color. Do you know what I mean? It was like there was a benefit to it, but now it's like forced. I'm not saying tokenism was good, but looking back, that subtleness was like bearable versus what we see now.
The thing is that do I sound fine, by the way? Because I've switched over.
You just slightly, boys. We can still hear you. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try and get. Yeah, you can go on.
Yeah, Vincent says if it doesn't have a black person in it, it's a strong chance it's dry like an English roast. Honestly, yeah. Like I generally I noticed that I did prefer watching stuff that had black people in it. Just maybe one or two. It didn't have to be like the whole cast. So yeah. Not even black, like just Asian. It had to look interesting, and if everyone was just the same background experience, I don't know, it would be too boring. But yeah, you want to say something? Yeah. Just representation is one thing, like imagery, just like a good imagination, like fantasy film shows, whatever. Like Jordan Peele wasn't a good example for me to bring up because it wasn't. It's very subtle. Even though Get Out was racially motivated storyline, it was still subtle. The more recent one, I don't think he apparently there was racial undertones behind it, but in my opinion, if you watch Nope, it was interesting. It was different, and it wasn't black centered. We could just have black characters in a mainstream storyline. Not everything has to be about being black, you know.
Yeah, there's a show I really need to actually finish because I was enjoying it, but at the time I just lost
Which
track
one?
of it. And it's called Lovecraft. I can't remember if it's country or county, but it's Lovecraft. I think it's Lovecraft Country.
Oh, I watched it. Yeah, I watched it.
Did it? Okay. Do you? I only watched
one
I
spoiled
think
it.
the first episode, and I really
Yeah.
liked it based on that. And I was thinking like, okay, because it was taking Lovecraftian, like the Lovecraftian kind of creatures and stuff like that. And I thought that was really interesting. So much so that I was like, I know this is definitely based on a book. I know like it has to be. There's no way
Yeah,
the
it gave me
sat
that.
down and made this up by themselves. I know that these writers they didn't have the imagination. So I went and looked, without a doubt, it's an adaptation of a book. And I was like, please tell me the author's not white. Please tell me the author's not white. Please tell me. Oh, it's a white guy. Fuck.
I would say I could tell from like as the show progressed, I could tell it was very, what would I say? Wanting. It was wanting to make the show feel black centered, but at the same time it was fun to watch. But I would say that I could have changed a few things from the whole show, but it's definitely something I would recommend watching. Personally, I just don't like the wanting to seem groundbreaking because this is a black cast and everything, but it was good.
Okay, so what do you mean by that? Like you don't like that it kind of seemed like it was trying too hard to be something
like every episode was always I feel like sometimes the storyline where it was associated with race was interesting and worth watching. It gave me like a Jordan Peele type of story plot, but there were times when it kind of forced it to almost Wakandarize the storyline. Like I had to say it like that because there's no other way to describe it. But it's like, honestly, if this TV show came at a different time, maybe like the early 2010s, I would appreciate it more. But now it's because it's made at around this time. I feel like every film today has the same theme, just to prove that black people can exist in these, fantasy worlds. Like, kind of not do. You know what I mean? Go on.
The interesting thing is, if I'm not mistaken, the book that it's based on was written well before any of this nonsense. That's the thing. So the actual story is based on predates a lot of this, like at least the this latest wave of wokeness. Like the original story predates that stuff, which is why I was so interested in it, because I was like, I've never heard of this book somehow. And usually I know about all that kind of stuff, but I've never heard of it. And it seems interesting, just that mesh is a very unusual, like, Jim Crow era, but then you're mixing like Lovecraftian, and like that's so weird. And it sounds
Yeah.
like there's that type of weird shit I want to see more of, and it has black people. I'm like, okay, interesting, you know, like, so I don't know. I need to finish watching it, because there was even something I remember in the first episode where it's like the dude got a phone call, and it was like some
Yeah.
Korean woman on there, and it was just, and I remember just the way it was, even the way it was shot and the way it was done, it was so like weird. It was like, what? It was just, there was no explanation. It was like, and he just sat there or something after the, like, just
Right.
listening to the phone,
Pause.
and then he just
Pause there. Did you ever watch the Watchmen TV show that came out?
no. Is it worth watching though? Because I've heard some.
It gave me the same feel. I would say you would appreciate the cinematic appeal. A lot of like comic book readers enjoyed it, but a lot of them did not, because it was too forced on race. It was too much race. It was too racial, but it was almost like educational, because it educated us on a history that is not well mainstream, like Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's just the timing of this show was almost wanting, again, it's like wanting to fit in to the woke movement right now. Like, if this came out 6-7 years ago, I would love it, but right now it's like, you're just doing it just to do it, you know. It's like you're just following the wave. That's what I mean about with Lovecraft as well. It's like I can't appreciate it right now, you know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but is there really anything that can be done about that though? Because like I said, like some of these
Subtleness.
histories, but can it be subtle? That's really what I'm more asking, is when it's
Like
obvious.
you described the Matrix, right? You described the Matrix,
Yeah,
like
but
just
the
the
time it
attempt
came
to
out-
diversify a cost. But again, to diversify a cost, right? Now, it didn't give me, these are black people in the Matrix. I didn't get, these are black people in the Matrix. It was just Morpheus was the coolest guy in the trilogy, right?
But that's the 90s though, right? So let's look at times like, you know, like, I don't know, like let's look at something like Star Trek, where you had, I don't really watch Star Trek, but you said you're more of a Trekkie.
Yeah.
So Star Trek to me is
big Trekkie,
but whatever. But like, let's
No,
look at
don't
that
even
where
start.
where you had that entire like iconic thing, right? With where you had the black woman, and she was kissed the captain, like, and that was a big deal. Like
Mhm.
at the time, that was a massive deal to people, right? Now, I'm sure at that time,
No,
that
let
was
me go. Let me drop you there. As a Trekkie, it was still too subtle for people, because what you don't
how's that
realize is
subtle though?
no. People then wanted to make it about race, but when you listen to when you watch the storyline, like the TV show, the original TV show, like we didn't even figure out. Like this. I'm black and you're white. Like it was like they're in the future. None of that is even programmed in their mind to consider. There was a time, like an episode where they went back in time. They're like, do you realize that people used to judge you based on their skin? And they all looked at each other like, that's weird. So it's like, that's the subtleness that I mean about race in the show. But the audience reacted to it like, that's profound, that's crazy. Yeah, people who watch it may react crazy, but the producers then, the writers then, were giving us an attempt to like almost ignore it. Like, what do you mean about race? We're in the 24th century. That's what it was given. You know what I mean? That's what I mean about films and shows today. They need to kind of like let go and just stick to fantasy. Don't hold on to today's politics right now. But yeah.
Well, I agree and disagree. I think you can
go on.
I think there can be media that addresses today's politics, and I think that's fine, because that's
just not repeated like anytime there is a black main character, black cast member, it's like we have to make it about how they've suffered.
Because it's especially because ironically in doing that, you're basically you're still doing the same thing that you claim you're trying to not do, which is treat black people as like they're just all the same. Because what you're doing is, in your media, you're like, okay, let's just cast a black person and we're going to make them all do the same thing, or they're all going to have the same concerns, or they're all going to, it's just like they're all going to be the same in some shape or form, or like, it'd be interesting if they made black characters, and I don't think MJ have the balls to do this because I think it would take a black writer to do it.
Let me give you an opportunity to. I want to highlight one individual, someone that I kind of like respected, but now of course his reputation's on the line. But Will Smith. Think of all the Will Smith films you've ever seen from the late 90s to now.
He's the only ones with crossover.
He crossover because I watched the roundtable with actors. He was in one where he specified how he avoided race movies. I don't know, people might say that, oh, that's like him not trying to address racial issues, especially at a certain time when it was, I guess, helpful if he did like Denzel Washington films like that. But he avoided them because he wanted that crossover mainstream appeal. Sci-fi shows he's done, with Men in Black. I don't think anyone, I mean, not even what we think, but the way that film was produced, did you really think of his character as a black man or just like a man who was a cool special agent? Do you know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh, Will Smith is playing a black man with a white guy. No one really, that's why it worked. Even till this day, like the most recent film.
I don't know if I would say you didn't think of him as a black man, because I think to an extent.
No. Wait. Let me reword. My point was not how we see it, not the audience, but how the story was portrayed. It wasn't pushing in our minds like, oh, this is a black man. This is a black man. This is Will Smith. He's playing a role where he went from a, cop to a special agent who to bring down like all the aliens in hiding, all of this like stuff. Like, it didn't give me, oh wow, this black man, he joined the system and they might judge him because he's black. Like, they didn't give any of that shit. Like, it was just him playing a cool ass character. That's what I'm saying. But then looking at it now, looking back, like, wow, that's a black guy playing a main character. That was his first ever main character role, especially for black guys in Hollywood. That was major. Like, that did numbers. That's what made him a star. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I think it was Independence Day that made him a star.
Yeah. No. Yeah, Independence Day, but he was a supporting actor at that stage, and it shot him up. But Men in Black was that's what made him more almost global, like permanent, because that's the role he played. Let me think of one. What's his name? Chris Rock. Think of Chris Rock, Rush Hour. Everyone will make it, oh, black and yellow, black and Asian guy. That's like the trope everyone uses. But when you watch the storyline, there was barely any racial undertone, even though people would say there are some racial comments being made. But everything was subtle. This guy is a weird, detective.
I don't agree with Rush
Bro,
Hour.
I think you get there with where I'm going with this. I want you to really look back at all these movies,
Not
especially the
Rush
ones
Hour.
early 2000s.
Rush Hour.
Why not?
Because Rush Hour's comedy came off of the racial jokes a lot.
But it wasn't. It was all still subtle, though. It wasn't like.
I don't think it was subtle at all. I don't think making jokes outright about.
It's like a cultural thing.
I think you're mistaking subtleness for the climate surrounding the movie at the time. Like, the climate is what is the problem. It's not. See, here's the thing. I don't think it matters whether it's subtle or not subtle. What's annoying is that it's in everything, including out. Like, okay, so if I go to school, it's there. If I come out of school and I'm just, watching the news, it's there. If I watch a documentary, it's there. If I watch an anime, well, not anime, no, because Japan don't do that. If I watch a cartoon, it's there. If I watch TV shows, it's there. Like, basically, let's say back in the 2000s, let's just say you were a racist dude, like you were racist, you hate black people or something, right?
Yeah.
And you can't stand seeing these niggers in your TV shows, right? They're in everything now. So you go and you say, right, I'm sick and tired of this. You still have some things you get, like you can escape, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can escape. There's places you're good, right? You see something like Lord of the Rings start coming out in the 2000s. You don't see no black people in there, and you're like, yes, right? You're good. But now you got things like Rings of Power coming out. There's no escape. And the problem isn't just that they're making diversity. My big issue with it really is the fact that, and this is what is so ironic about it, that whenever they do the diversity, the storytelling degrades. When you're talking about subtlety,
Yes.
I think what it really is that it seems like it's subtle, or it's giving you the illusion of it's not important because the story
It's not
was
part of the
so
storyline.
no, even if it is though, even if it is, it's something where you don't feel like it's that bad because the story is stronger. That's one thing usually, and also the climate surrounding it isn't the same energy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it is. Like if you look at it, like I said earlier, like look at uh like I said, like any of the things that they put out now, it's always coming with some press release about diversity and inclusion, and they use the same keywords over, like they sound like bots, like NPCs. It's like so predictable what they're gonna say, and it's like, what's your logic? Why is that even a good thing? Do you know, or are you just throwing out keywords and buzzword phrases? And and this is why I point out the diversity, inclusion, and equity thing, which acronym spells DIE, which is really that should tell you something. Like that tells you a lot about, like, okay, you're trying to appease maybe them in some ways because they fund things or whatever. They're part of there's some politics going on there, right?
So, but yeah, at least you can see the difference between those type of films in the early 2000s and what Die is doing for movies now. It's like they're too focused on, well, showing you why we're diverse and this is great, but degrading the storyline. While the 2000s were focused on the storyline, just so happen that there are black characters,
yes,
and they might have
and
some race.
that's why even if they did things like bring race up, it didn't matter as much because it wasn't overshadowing the storytelling.
Yes,
right. If anything,
that's
it
what I'm
just
saying.
added to it. No, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I don't think it has to even be subtle. I don't even think that's the problem. I just think the problem is that it's like let me put it like this: like with Rush Hour, I don't think that the racial jokes were subtle because nothing in the movie is subtle. The action scenes are subtle. Like
Wait,
nothing.
move away, move out of the way, Colby. Like that, the Chinese lady is
nothing subtle. It's like a Quentin Tarantino movie. Like nothing subtle in a Tarantino film, right? But that's the style. You don't go to Tarantino for subtlety. You know what I mean? That's not what you go there for.
Let's ruin that. Let's completely eradicate that word. The finesse. If there's a racial finesse where it's not in your face, like I was saying, it's not like forced, but it's used creatively. It's part of the storyline, but it's very effective. It's not just, oh, look, cool storyline, and then I'm a black guy. Like it's not like it's not like disjointed.
Well, it's like, what other purpose does it serve? Is this a character in and of themselves, or are they just there to basically be the representative of, oh, we put a black person here, are you happy now? Is this diverse now? Are you going to give us some brownie points now? Like that's what it is, and I think people can sense that, and that's why there's so much pushback, because you can feel the difference. You're like, okay, this feels forced.
Like,
people can sense it, man.
Like it's like how tokenism ruined like the black character role, understandably, but it's almost as if Hollywood tried to solve it by doing like the complete opposite, like like it's like anytime they try to do something like they're still out of touch with what works on screen.
So there's a bunch of white people who don't know about. Look, man. That's
one. No, I'm not even gonna just put on one of the whites. Like there's black directors, writers in the room as well, and I don't know whether maybe they're overcompensating. Like, okay, now Hollywood is listening to us. Let's push for this. Like, I think, for example, black women in Hollywood would say, yeah, you need to, like, almost like the double minority. If you're gonna have a minority, at least make it like a black woman, because she's black and she's a woman and she's trans. But that's just
Yeah, that's why. Have you seen the Batwoman show? That's exactly what that is.
Oh,
black woman, and we're gonna make her lesbian. And the crazy thing is that the Batwoman before her, who was a white woman, was also a lesbian. So it's like, what is there something inherently about being Batwoman that makes you a lesbian? I mean, it's weird.
Pause right there. I want to go into that even more, but let me answer. If African Millennium, if you're still there, yeah. So Yeah, you're not from the UK, so you're not familiar with the 2011 UK riots, but this was before BLM. Before BLM was a factory for protests. But this happened because of the death of Mark Duggan, a guy who was shot dead by police because they claimed he was armed. But further investigation proved that there was something going on there. But it actually led to riots across England, from London, Birmingham, Manchester, and it wasn't like a race riot because there were people from other ethnicities also involved in that. Just people taking the opportunity to loot as well, and frustration with the police. But yeah, that was a really bad look for the UK, and I don't think it could happen again in the same way because people were punished for it. I don't know if you remember, Myth Twist, that but there was a period where after the riots, people were being caught left, right, and center. Anyone who stole anything, a bag of rice, a TV, like there was no one left behind in that case. So people avoid even attempting this again. But yeah, going back to the media thing, right? Okay. Do you think it's gonna stop? Like, go broke? Like I theorized that they'll eventually say, "Well, we've done our best. It didn't do numbers." Do you think it's actually gonna end eventually?
Of course, because nothing lasts forever. I mean,
so guys like Jordan Peele, would you say that he would carry on putting more black faces in his films, like main characters that are black?
Yeah, that seems to be what his stick is, so I don't see why he'd stop. But he can't
really
provide enough of what's required.
Right. So would you say it's like our only hope in Hollywood right now?
No.
Okay.
Because he's still making things that's. I mean, I need to watch. Nope, I've not seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet? You probably like it.
No, I know kind of what the twist. I know what they're saying note to. I've already been spoiled on that, but I've not seen it, so I have no idea how it plays out in the film. So I still need to watch. I'll probably watch it tomorrow, actually, to be honest, or maybe even later today. But I don't understand. Don't understand. I don't think he by himself is. The thing is, I don't have anything negative. I've not watched all his movies, but everything I've seen of it's solid. Like, I don't have to like even all of it. I just respect the fact that you're trying to do something a little different. You're trying to be a bit more imaginative. You're trying to dip your toes into genres that traditionally has been associated with black people can't do this, and you're still bringing some blackness into it. Like with the trailers with Note, it was still like, it had that kind of oh hell nah like type of a black American stereotype, right? Like that's why even the film being called Note, but that's why it was kind of funny because it's like no, and it's like it's like it's such a black thing, but then it's like kind of it's it's like such a black thing, but then at the same time within the context of what that movie's about, it's in something that's not really associated with that, if you get what I'm saying. It's like how you had here in the UK, and this is a movie I really like here as well, which was Attack the Block, right? Like I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but
yeah, I watched that with John Boyega. I think that was the first time I saw him.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why they put him in Star Wars. But no, I do, because it's like, okay, he's a black guy and he's been in a sci-fi kind of thing, I guess. But that was like, that was a really interesting concept, and it was a good film. It wasn't just an interesting concept. That easily could have just been trash. Now I'm not gonna act like it's the greatest film ever made or something, but it was solid. Like, it was a solid movie. If you got about 10 of those, right, like you get 10 of every other piece of trash, you'd get probably one of them that's a masterpiece that would stand the test of time for decades, that everyone would look back on like it was a gem, right? I don't think Attack the Block, for me personally, is that type of movie, but I think if people were inspired by that and you made a bunch more films in a similar vein, eventually you're going to get one that is just next level. And that's where all these other things come from. You don't just get these masterpieces from nowhere. People put out stuff, it's kind of all right. Someone puts out something that's pretty damn good, and people get inspired over time, and then eventually someone hits all the right notes and makes something that's just you know, that masterpiece level, and now there's entire movements of media that's just trying to copy it, you know. So and this is where you get a lot of genres and different ideas from. So what my thing is that I think basically black media needs a renaissance. That's what it needs. It needs to go through a renaissance period, right? It needs to go through a period where everyone is just trying to just do different, interesting, wild shit and just going off in every media lane that they can. Not just, no, let's do the music and the drilling and trapping. Anything. Like if you're a painter, you need to go off and you need to I don't want to say you have to let it be known you're black, but I feel like that's part of where the power is for both black and non-black people, is in people seeing, okay, there's black people who do these other things, and it doesn't have to be just ghetto, right? Because
I want us to understand that, for example, when we watch shows where the main characters are white or predominantly white, and we enjoy the storyline, we don't really care about them being white. We just actually enjoyed the storyline. So it's like, if we can just make content, you know, writers, directors know how to make content without really, like, the characters are black, but it's not based on their blackness all the time, and it's a really good storyline, like, anyone would watch it. That's where we need to go. So that renaissance, I think that's where it needs to lead to. Is made by us, but not just for us, but for everyone who wants good entertainment.
And that's the thing. Like, you can have things within it which are just maybe mostly more for a black audience. That's fine, but that doesn't have to be solely what it is. There can be stuff that is, you know, it's more got a more wider appeal. Like, there's certain things I want to make that's definitely more lean towards maybe a black audience, because I just feel like they'll probably relate more and appreciate it more. But like I said already, when trying to come up with stuff like that, I struggle to think of how I can make it as entertaining without dashing in dysfunction or trauma. Or it's like, because I feel like that's just what what black people identify with so strongly, that it's kind of just like, you know, it's difficult to, like, everyone on some level identifies with drama, right? But it's just, I don't know.
I mean, I think, to be honest with you, it's almost hard because maybe, black writers and directors don't see us being mainstream. Like, everything we do is centered on our blackness. So it's like we don't have the ability, like, a lot of writers don't have the ability to make stories that everyone would be appealed to yet. We're not there yet. Or it may be might come across too boring, you know. So, but then I feel like someone like Issa Rae, if you've ever come across her content, like, is predominant, like, I would say 99% of her cast members are black, you know, men and women, and her stories are just dramatic content, like, you know, kind of like a typical rom-com. Yeah. So I don't think it's impossible. I just think we just need more people on the line and money pumped into these projects.
Well, she's also American, and America has a bigger market for black media, and they have black Americans tend to be more supportive of, really, because it's not really just black people, it's an American thing. Americans in general just have a more, I've said it a million times about the lack of ambition in this country, and that right there, what you're talking about, her media, that's part of why that can work there, and it'd be a lot harder to do here, because of the fact that I'm not saying it can't be done here. I'm really not. I'd love to see someone try. I'd love to see someone try and do it. Maybe someone has. I've not seen anything like that.
Yeah, bubblegum with the girl that bubbles. I would say.
But is that like predominantly black cast?
Main cast members were black, yes. Yeah, of course. I still believe that you should have white, Asian, other characters as well, just so you, like, how I see it, if you want people in the mainstream to watch you too, you kind of have to make it reflective of them too. Just tokenize them too. You know, like, they token us, we token them too, and it helps. So no, she did her best. I think she did really well that it went mainstream and went, like, more Americans watched her show as well. So it's been done, but we definitely need more of that. I think she was unique, not because she's a black woman, but she's a good writer.
No, it is because
Yeah,
of the minorities. See it
yeah,
work.
yeah. But she's a good writer. I would say that. Just more. We need to see more. Coyote really tried with his.
That's I feel like I'm being too harsh now, but I'm not gonna try and criticize that show because I've not watched it. But
yeah,
I know it's a comedy, right? And
yeah,
that is one thing I kind of
you think
like. Yeah, I don't know. I
it's a
don't,
good start. It's a good start.
It's
more thriller. Do
I
you want to see
want
thriller, sci-fi? More. What's it called on the block? You just said it.
just more like I think I want to see stuff that's more ambitious. I think that it's too.
We need money.
Well, everyone in the UK
Yeah.
needs some money because, to be honest, even the white people.
Yeah, thanks Don for tuning in. By the way, he's just left the panel.
Yeah,
Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, what were you? Yeah, so yeah, we need money. I think that don't forget that.
Well,
we might have great ideas, but we need people to put.
I
pump in money.
think. Well, there's people who. That's the thing as well about it, is that it's like everything requires money, and I just think in the UK in general there's not enough funding behind a lot of stuff because it's everyone, like white people. It doesn't really matter. Most people here can't make that type of stuff that they want to make. It's a lot harder because the market's just smaller and there's not as much money pumped into it, so that's just the nature of it. It's why we don't really have like a massive media empire or Hollywood type of thing going on here. We're a small island as well. When you think about how tiny the UK is in comparison, like just land wise, you know what I mean? Not to say we can't make things, but that's why I keep I keep looking at Korea as an interesting example, because within just a few years it's almost like an extremely well done version. It's like if Nollywood just blew up or something, like globally, right? Like that's what looking at Korea makes me think.
Korea.
Yeah, like looking
was
at
that
how
a
the
TV
media.
show?
No, Korea, the country. Like looking at
Korea,
yeah,
South Korea. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, looking at how like their media is blowing up globally, right? When like 10 years ago, nobody fucking knew anything about Korea except North Korea. No one knew anything about
I would
anything.
say that, for example, I think a small group of good investors were in the helm of this shift, because all these bands and musicians are coming in the works, but the major companies that started it all kind of made sure the image of the South Korean young person was more glamorized. And I think that's the thing. It came with a lot of money and investment into this image. It wasn't just like natural talent. You know what I mean?
But of course,
like, look at the content they make.
But these days, I mean, there's different ways to go about doing things to generate money for something. And at the end of the day, I think what the bigger issue is that it doesn't even have the foundation of the ideas. Like, I don't think there's even that yet. Personally, just from my experience of talking to a lot of different people who are into that type of stuff or who have ambitions in that stuff, mostly it's more wokeness that I'm hearing from them. Like the majority of the young people, like our age and younger and stuff, who are trying to get into these things, they're coming in to bring more of it. They're coming in to to glamorize more of the crime, more of the wokeness, put in more of the agendas. Like they're not coming to counter it. Like the mentality that we're talking about here is rare. Okay, the majority of the people who are trying to do it, like I'm telling you right now, people I've worked with before. I think I was even telling maybe you and Vincent about it like last year or something. But like, there's people I've worked with that they are full blown woke, and they're loud and proud about it. You get what I'm talking. They'll go to war over it.
Yes,
you know what I mean. It's just like, and they really believe this has to be in everything. Like. And when you're talking and discussing like a story or any type of ideas with these people, that stuff is just at the forefront of their mind. Like it influences everything. You'll be trying to just talk about like a genuine, interesting narrative development, and they've just got to find a way to make it what they like to call problematic. You know, like, oh yeah, well, what about I think this is, the characterization of this woman, I think, is problematic. She seems like she's just there for the men to be making fun of her, and it's like, so what, dudes can't crack some jokes? Like the fact that you're making a big thing out of it is why, like, that's almost in its own way. It's just that, yeah, whatever. Point is that there's too much woke BS, and the counter for it's not going to be easy. But you're completely right in the sense that there has to be money put behind things, because at the end of the day, nothing gets done for free. But at the exact same time, I think the big issue is that there's not even what are they investing in? There's not enough people even are trying to do anything to fucking invest into. Like, what are they going to invest in? You know what I mean? So that's a big issue. You don't have enough people who even have this mentality in the first place. Their mentality is like just to either push the same wokeness that's already there, or to just not really. It seems like it's either that, or they just kind of make stuff, and there's not really any vision behind it. They just kind of want to make things, and if it works and goes somewhere, it goes somewhere, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't really see like people who are super passionate about, I just want to bring back good storytelling. Like, I don't see that as commonly.
Right. And not just that, I want to bring you want to bring back things that sell, because the whole point is people want to bring up how Black Panther was such a success, not because it was a great storyline. It was a great storyline, but because it did numbers. And I would say I won't just put it on the fact that it was an all black cast, but because Marvel always has a big fan base, but this film was also good. Overall, you just have to have a good storyline, man. Just a good storyline, good budget, and honestly, I want to make content for us, but I don't really care about us anymore. I just want a bigger audience. If I was a writer or director, I want everyone to like my films, even if I have mostly black cast members. Just like how Koreans don't have to appropriate who they are, like they cater to the mainstream as well. A lot of Korean bands try and speak English, or like rap or sing in English to appeal to the West more, even though they didn't have to do it. But it's just they know it can do more numbers. So it's like a competitive thing. We have to stop trying to just do things for us to comfort us. I wanna make content that everyone wants to watch. I would want to if I could. I'm talking like I'm a director, but who knows? Maybe in the future. Skeng, you must be off mute. But let me respond to the chat one sec. Someone just came on. What's up, Tempo? These marches are BS anyway. All they chant is Black Lives Matter and no justice, no peace. Doesn't achieve shit, even if they wanted, and they are pointing. Sorry, I'm blind. Pointing out he was an innocent guy with no past. Now, yeah, that's the case. That's the case. That's what they want us to take on. But I'm here being patient. Like, I want more information. I don't believe in quick reactionary behavior. We're not babies. Sven Collins says, African millennial, the Duke needs to come back and cause another shake-up. I'm definitely having another stream to discuss the usual stuff I discuss to trigger some folks in this space. I'll be back either tomorrow or Monday. I will see what I'm doing, but I've already scheduled a stream for that. But overall, yeah, this was a good conversation, guys. It's 1 a.m. on this end, so I'm gonna have to end it here. I'm gonna clip some of this content because I don't want this long stream to be I'll definitely bring up this content and update to this Chris Kaba incident and see what the police have concluded with. And overall, thank you all for tuning in. This was a great conversation. Hope you have a good night. Enjoy your weekend, And peace out.
Peace.
Them fags in there would sag to advertise their ass.
You so it's okay to be weak.
I just want my baby.
Is that in this country, the Africans are really the backbone of your economy.
The Negro is to be free. He must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with a pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation.
But I see the Duke in the chat. What's up?
And the G.
The Duke.
Yeah, I understand that there's some where the white women at, like Duke in it, but a lot.
Shout out to Duke from the UK, bro.
Yep.
Shout out to you, brother. I follow the facts first and foremost. Tell that to your mother, man. We don't play around on this panel.